All right, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back to some incredible Warhammer World Championship live tournament action. We are now on to the playoffs, round of 16, the finals, if you will. The final playoffs start today with the round of 16. We've got tons of games to get to. So let's take a look first, of course, at the bracket. Go ahead and have a look at the sweet challenge page provided by the volunteers, VMers, and others. Definitely done a great job, a lot of hard work in organizing, putting this together. And now we are on to the final stages. So we've got this bracket here. We're going to be starting a little bit out of order, not like going in ascending order here, but with True Bretonian versus Houseplant. Let me just make sure I've got the picks and bans here locked and loaded. We're going to be just quickly running through quicks and bans for each round. So if you take a look here. Yes, it looks like True Bretonian and Houseplant both have two global bans. We've got global bans on Vampire Coast, Warriors of Chaos, Vampire Counts, and Ogre Kingdom. So very interesting. Then in this first game, we've got pre-selected Bretonia, for True Bretonian, of course, and Empire and Cathay banning Khorne. Houseplant counters with Dwarfs, which is a super interesting play. I actually think works very well against all three of those human factions. Chooses no ban. He would go up against any of those three. True Bretonian, of course, is going to choose Bretonia, which now moves us on into the game. So let's go ahead and jump in here. Yes, indeed. Look at that. All smooth and professional-like today. We got all the wonderful graphics provided by the team. And yeah, looking great. Hopefully you all are doing well. An absolute pleasure to be with you. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Yes. This is the part that we all love so much. Battle for Itza. True Bretonian coming in hot with a Prophetess. Got 2 Questing Knights, 5 Squires. Definitely makes sense. Some Pilgrims also to hold formation. Questing Knights immediately pop into that Lance formation. Prophetess of Life here. And yeah, we've got on the other side, Thoric Ironbrow for Houseplant. Coming in hot with some Dwarf Warriors as well. Nice and wide. Lots of Dwarf Warriors. Minor blasting charges. Dwarf Great Weapons. Got some Longbeards as well. Looking pretty good. Thoric's definitely great with a nice wide build like this. Can give some great melee attack buffs to lots of units. And apologies about this. Gotta move my microphone a little bit. And just adjust some things here. Mercury's rock solid as ever. That's a good one. Yeah, it's ready for some slaughter. And we're going to begin with 2 factions that you might not normally see in Domination, but because of the format and the choices of the players here, I have to say, mad respect to the True Bretonian for going all in on the human factions. As a human faction enjoyer, I think this is definitely awesome. Yeah, I mean, these are the 3 best human factions as well. Kislev, unfortunately, is not that great. Until they get some DLC, they're probably going to continue to be kind of subpar. I don't know. Maybe they could use some more cost adjustments on Kislev, but that's a topic for another day. Hopefully this is not frame lagging or chugging too bad for you guys. Let me know how the performance looks. But yeah, both players going to cautiously approach here. True Bretonian sets up on the objectives, but Thoric's kind of maneuvering to try and overload on one side. Potentially open himself up to some danger, though. The Questing Knights attacking on the flanks can definitely punch through and get on those Quarrelers, and he doesn't have anything like cannons. Punish them at long range and really draw the Bretonians in. It's tricky to use cannons on this map anyway. Maybe bolt throwers would actually be slightly more cost efficient, but Norska's pretty good too. Yeah, technically they are a human faction, I guess, but I consider them more of a chaos alignment rather than like an order human faction, right? But anyway, wow, that volley did a lot of damage from those Quarrelers there onto those Questing Knights. Not wanting to just charge straight into Dwarf Great Weapons, although they could. Dwarf Great Weapons don't actually have a charge defense. That wouldn't be the worst kind of dive in the world. Thorek definitely dives also in the center. Gonna get in here and start blasting some heads with his hammer. Got the beautiful glow here. And the peasants also charging in. A little bit of earth blood in the front line to heal up some of those foot squires. They've taken some significant damage, so that will definitely help them sustain somewhat. But blasting charges and just in general, the Bretonnians taking some damage at range, but questing knights using that extra mass and acceleration to just punch straight through. The lower melee defense will harm them, though. I mean, it's going to harm questing knights less than it would other knights. They still have 31 melee defense, which is pretty solid, but especially with that Rune of Doom active, Dwarf Warriors up to 48 melee attack. Definitely get good armor-piercing weapon damage with those great weapons. But look at this. Nasty Dweller is going to get unleashed in the backline here. Absolutely devastates those Ekron's Miners, the Longbeards, Quarrelers. That's multiple units there getting severely debuffed and damaged by that. Yeah, fortunately, the Questing Knights, again, kind of YOLO charged in here. They do a ton of damage, but end up probably not quite paying for themselves at the end of the day. They really needed to be attacking out towards the flanks, I think, in order to be used most effectively, where they can kind of punch through their own units rather than diving straight into the full backline. But even still, this is proving to be fairly effective at disrupting the Dwarfs' formation, not allowing them to get set. And the way that the Questing Knights can just kind of run through things, see how they're just like plowing the Dwarfs over and really, truly chatting through the lines, as we like to say. Back into the Quarrelers in the back line, just spreading their unit models out all over the place. Again, that is going to result in them taking a lot of damage, but they're able to disrupt a huge formation and do a decent amount of damage themselves, although I'm a little bit worried that Bretonnian's just going to end up getting out value traded, because right now he certainly is down about 1,600 points, give or take. The defenders of the Fleur de Lys now in the back line as well, just desperately trying to shut down Quarrelers of all things. Yeah, I mean, again, it makes sense to go nice and wide with these dwarfs, but Questing Knights coming back, chasing some routing units. If they can score a tactical victory here, get some of the Questing Knights back from route and continuing to fight, continuing to pay for themselves, they definitely still have a chance. But anyway, meanwhile on the front line, Foot Squires trading decently. Battle Pilgrims also holding their leadership just fine, and without any buffs, they'll beat Dwarf Warriors, I would imagine, in a sustained fight. I don't know, maybe not because of the armor, but certainly a 42 melee attack with Frenzy active. Battle Pilgrim's looking quite fine. I love the Prophetess, too, up in the air here. It can just sit completely safe without guns, especially to try and mow her down. Fly around and cackle and cast some spells. I mean, certainly the Fey Enchantress would arguably be better, but is stuck to the ground. Would have to spend a lot more micro staying away from somebody like Thorek. But, of course, that Mortis effect is quite impactful. But no, cost-wise, I think the Prophetess is also decently cheap as well. But let's see here. So far, True Bretonnian is just holding down the Dwarfs on points, although Houseplant is trading very cost-effectively. He's still having a hard time actually breaking through, which is kind of the typical bane of Dwarfs, so it's definitely a bold play to take Dwarfs in domination, even into a counterpick scenario where you probably end up winning battle value-wise, but might end up losing on points. We'll see. Right now, that certainly looks to be the case here, but if Houseplant can start to amass enough value and kind of push the Dawi wave forward, start to get on these objectives, could perhaps come back, but it's going to be tricky. Excuse me. Apologies, guys. I've been slightly under the weather the past couple days, and I wasn't sure I was going to be able to do this today, but here I am, coffeeed up, ready to go. Oh man, look at that brutal multi-kill there with that splash attack. Thorek over here just taking absolutely no prisoners and taking very little damage in the process. I mean, in terms of units on Bretonnian's roster that could actually deal efficient damage to Thorek, there's not a lot. I mean, that physical resistance, combined with the magic resistance, combined with his own decent melee defense, means there's just really not a ton. Like, Paladin's lack of armor-piercing damage is a problem. Henri, obviously, and Gotrek are both good choices as well, but lack of magic damage does hurt them a little bit. That physical resistance will come into play somewhat. I guess, no, Gotrek does have magic damage. That's right. So, honestly, as blasphemous as it is, has been good for quite some time. Pretty much since Gotrek came out, I think he's really been good in this matchup. Certain things. At dampening also, although it won't make a huge difference to tear away magic resistance. I don't know if it's worth it to take that item, certainly, but perhaps be something. Speaking of Slayers, though, we've got a couple of Slayers, one unit of Slayers at least, on the center point, backed up by some Miners. They're going to take a charge from these Knights Errant, not in Lance formation, so it's not going to be the most crazy impactful charge, and the Knights Errant will actually lose pretty badly on that engagement and get pushed back effectively. Meanwhile, Dwarf Warrior Great Weapons will be fighting, Questing Knights. Again, 32 melee defense on Questing Knights is still pretty good. It's good enough that the 24 attack of the Dwarf Warriors is not crazy impactful against them, but it is enough of a debuff. I mean, it's an extra 8% chance to hit for a decent armor-piercing Great Weapon unit, right? And certainly with Rune of Doom, that starts to flip that equation even more. So, nice map-wide buff, and it looks like the Dwarfs actually managing to get triple pressure on all three objectives at the same time. So look at that, Houseplant actually executing a beautiful Dwarf, slow push stratagem. The question is, will he be able to actually secure all three objectives? Because he definitely needs to secure all three objectives and hold them. He does have one secured. This second one is looking good, but unfortunately, the Bretonnian cavalry is able to use their superior mobility to block Longbeard's Dwarf Warriors from the objective. Just spam some extra mobs and men-at-arms to continue to accrue cheap capture weight, even if it's not as much as even a single Dwarf Warrior. You know, those extra unit models also saturating in a good surround. They should trade decently cost-effective against the Slayers in a surround as well. We'll see. Dwarf's definitely pressing, but this kind of Temple Causeway objective here, not looking good. Thorek is trying to take it solo, and it's not going particularly well for him. The Battle Pilgrims certainly have enough health and leadership to hold that. More men-at-arms coming in for reinforcement as well. We'll see. I know a lot of people are not fans of playing against the Dawi. For me, Dawi are such underdogs in domination that I have a hard time not cheering for them. You know, it's like the one situation where they're forced to do cardio, and kind of like me, as a result, they're usually like doubled over throwing up in the corner. At least that was me yesterday when I tried to do some cardio. But I don't know. It's just oof. Yeah, looks like Bretonnia is gonna take the victory there. Understandably so. Houseplant throwing in the towel. Although he was value trading well, he almost had the triple cap there. He wasn't quite able to execute it in time, and I just felt he didn't quite have enough. Interesting builds on both sides, you know. I'm certainly not as in touch with the domination scene meta as I should be, but I would think there might be a benefit to having, at least in reserve, maybe one like high-impact flying unit for the Dwarfs, maybe a gyro bomber, to come in and make like a key strafing run, drop its bombs fast and get unsummoned, just to be able to really deal some quality burst damage in a more mobile fashion. But I don't know. It's interesting. Definitely very, very interesting. So let's go ahead and update my bespoke scoreboard here as we get things going. Go ahead and pop a point in for True Bretonnian. Yeah, the Bretonnians just bringing more bodies to the table, and the Questing Knights performing very well. I mean, the disruption of that Lance formation, I mean, that was a pretty quality replay showcasing that, I have to say. If anyone ever asks you if the Lance formation buff was successful or not, definitely just point them to this replay, because, I mean, Dwarf Infantry are some of the heaviest mass in the game, and they were just getting bullied largely by the Questing Knights mass. Even though the Questing Knights were getting killed in the process, it was enough to disrupt the formation that, like, yeah, I mean, Horlers, only one of them ended up paying for themselves. A lot of these Dwarf Infantry, even with the map-wide buffs, struggle to a degree, although many are cost-effective. I think, I don't know, hard to say, but maybe the Slayer should have been in the starting army, and maybe you just take more Slayers. Again, I'm certainly no Dwarf expert, but let's go ahead and take a look here. I've got this. Okay. And bear with me, guys. It's going to be a little bit of, slight bit of downtime as we manage elements of this, but definitely a fun one. A fun one. Okay. Go ahead and look at the picks and bans for the next round. Tributonian versus Houseplant. Right. Okay, so for the next round, Tributonian, like the Chad, he is picking Empire, or sorry, Houseplant rather goes first. He picks 3, bans no ban. So he just picks, you know, Slanesh, Horn, and Demons of Chaos. Tributonian gonna chat it out and pick Empire, ban Demons of Chaos, which is interesting. That's actually probably the one of the 3 that I would not ban as the Empire, just because demons are not that scary for me. Bellicor in particular, I don't know. That's just my own personal opinion, though. And then, yeah. Let's see what the actual pick ends up being. Go ahead and pop this there. Looks like he went with Corn. This. Okay. Should be very interesting. Very, very interesting. We take a look at the builds here as they're loading in. Got Boris leading the way with a Light Wizard. He's got a couple of wagons, Demigryph Knights with halberds, 5 swordsmen, and a couple of spears. We're on the road to Val's Anvil map, so we've got this big open space here. And then up on the high ground, another objective on the flip side for Khorne, coming in hot with Valkia. Got some Minotaurs with great weapons to counteract the Demigryph Knights, I guess. This is a nice kind of mirror there. Marauders and some dual hand weapon Marauders, I think, right? Yep, Marauders. Same up here. Cultist on horseback, Minotaurs. Cultist, I would imagine, is going to be carrying the summon. It's pretty easy for him to get this. He has to be in melee for quite some time, but still, he will be in a battle like this. But let's go ahead and kind of see how things play out here. Square Tide. Squire Tide. Oh, yeah. I mean, Square Tide would also work, too, if you're playing dwarfs, but Squire Tide, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense on a map like that. The Squires and Questing Knights just spam them all onto the field. Couple of key Pilgrims to hold leadership. And I love the pick of the Prophetess, too. Like, to take a Prophetess in a high-level tournament seems like, on the surface of it, a terrible idea, but when you actually stop and think about it in that context, it does make a lot of sense, given your cost efficiency versus somebody like the Fey Enchantress. And when the objective is literally just to flood the field with as many Foot Squires, Battle Pilgrims, and Men-at-Arms as you can, really makes sense. Whereas in a land battle, you'd probably want to, like, I don't know, maybe take a lot of archers, and it's just different. Definitely different. So far, Tributonian being quite aggressive here, just going after these exposed Marauders with Boris. The wagons also get a nice opportunity to focus a bit on the Cultist. If they could snipe the Cultist before he's able to get his summon off, that would be pretty decent. But gotta be careful. Minotaurs of Khorne definitely lurking in the shadows. Valkia's also here. Would be an excellent target for those war wagons to shoot at, or the Minotaurs also. I mean, there's a lot of high-value targets here for Khorne. So that's going to be one of Tributonian's trickiest tasks, is kind of prioritizing his ammunition here. I don't know, actually. Swordsman, I don't know if I've tested, to be honest, Swordsman versus Marauders of Khorne straight up. I mean, 12 melee attack versus 9 melee defense. The leadership is more or less the same. The extra charged weapon damage, though, I would think Marauders of Khorne would win, but it's interesting. Yes. War wagons continuing to tee off. Boris flying over to this side here. Nice thing about Boris is, as a mobile terror monster, he can come in and support his swordsman and really turn that fight around. Like here we can see the Marauders slightly ahead, but Faw's protection is going to allow these Empire swordsmen to kind of tank that initial damage. Once that charge wears off, they should be able to trade a little bit more cost effectively. Over here, though, Valkia is hunting some war wagons, as is the Cultist. Spearmen trying to move in to screen effectively, but there's just a lot happening here. Got Demigryph Knights with halberds trying to maneuver away from those Minotaurs. Definitely don't want any part of that. Trying to screen through their own swordsmen there. Other swordsmen definitely need to get into combat. But Khorne's got a lot of resources, excuse me, down on that lowest objective. And in the meanwhile here, Demigryph Knights with halberds again clashing with Minotaurs with Khorne. Let's get up close. Watch this. We'll pop back to be able to see the health screens in just a moment here. Nice overcast Foz protection. That extra melee defense is super important for a faction when you're facing a faction that has super high melee attack like Khorne, but I don't know how much of a difference it's actually going to make at the end of the day. Probably would have been better to just take healing and dwellers like always, so that you could dwellers the Minotaurs and heal the Demigryphs. But looks like we've got some grenade launchers coming in. Empire Knights also moving in. Great swords. Yeah, Khorne's forces have managed to triple cap, and it's not looking great for the Empire. They're barely trading slightly ahead, which is good, don't get me wrong, but in terms of objectives, they definitely need to start securing. Nice downhill charge, though, from those Empire Knights. Manages to help punch through this formation. Demigryph Knights starting to turn things around. The Minotaurs actually rout there. A couple of key grenade launcher volleys as well. So some excellent timing by True Bretonnian to try and stabilize the situation. Also, a brutal net here manages to catch a good portion of Khorne's army. That is going to result in this cultist being finished off. I don't think he actually got his summon off, which is fantastic for Empire's perspective. Fleshhound's also taking significant damage, but not enough to crumble them. Also, potential for disaster here. Boris gets caught, surrounded by Minotaurs, smashed in the face several times. Valkia is going to try and hunt him and finish him off here. Boris is in huge, huge danger, and even if he gets back up into the air, he's potentially going to be finished off by Valkia here, but looks like her ground speed is pretty bad, and not able to actually catch him on the ground. He's able to get back up in the air, get a Foe Seeker active, and try and get away, heal some of that HP back, and maybe just distract Valkia for the time being. Valkia wisely is going to choose not to take the bait and fly over war wagons and just kind of regroup with their forces there. Reposition a bit. Fleshhounds maneuvering to try and make sure they stay on this objective. Great Swords just kind of running around in circles as a result. Got some Marauder Horsemen of Khorne here as well. Yeah, the cap zones are pretty big. They are pretty large. Is this one of your maps, Medley? Yeah, Valkia definitely made the right move in not flying into the guns, but as a result, Boris is going to be able to get some of his HP back and continue to do his thing, support the Demigryph Knights, blasting charges, Empire Knights just absolutely murdering Khorne units here. Oh man, some serious Fade Steel gunpowder vibes going on here, and I'm absolutely here for it. Valkia doing her best to stabilize. Empire still struggling to maintain objective capture, though. All 3 points are currently controlled by Khorne. These great swords trying to maintain, but some Minotaurs lurking in the distance there. Empire's pressuring, but again, they're just, because of the war wagons and other units kind of being a dominant part of their value, just actually struggling despite the huge size of those caps. Get units effectively on them. So got some more Empire Knights coming through. The grenade launchers are standing near the objective, but it's one of the issues with Empire and Domination is because a lot of their power relies on mobile firepower. That's not exactly a unit type that's good at holding ground, right? So, I mean, typically, war wagons can hold ground to a degree, but certainly Outriders and Pistoliers not meant to. Something like a steam tank, maybe, but, you know, it starts to get a little ridiculous when you're asking your chariot artillery to try and hold an objective. But, I know, right? Empire Knights, because of the way that they've changed charges, Empire Knight's heavy mass actually makes them quite good now. The heavier mass and extra speed really has benefited them greatly. Or, I guess the mass is still the same, probably, as it was before, but just the new emphasis on mass, I should say. Looks like we got some free company. Yeah, Silver Bullets actually coming through on the top ground there. Spearmen there. I would have liked to have seen some free company for True Bretonnian, just as a quick objective capture to come in off this Vanguard. They could get on this objective pretty quickly and put triple pressure on Khorne, but they are also fairly vulnerable units. They're not super potent in melee combat against something on Khorne's tier, but Khorne's just holding for the time being, despite getting well, initially getting value out traded. Khorne's actually taken a little bit of a lead now, it looks like, as True Bretonnian tries to get some objective points back. But looks like Silver Bullets are moving into a position to try and devastate what remains of these high-value units. But unfortunately for them, they are a missile unit in Total War Warhammer 3, which means their responsiveness is still pretty poor, and they're going to have a hard time turning and firing. I almost wonder if the responsiveness or lack thereof of missile units is one of the things that kind of hinders certain factions in domination to a degree. But anyway, yeah, the Silver Bullets, unfortunately, here are just facing overwhelming mobile odds. They do have some units in a position perhaps to support, but they're all infantry, right? So not going to be a very fast support, and just more infantry here, more basic swordsmen coming off the objective for True Bretonnian. Yeah, I think Houseplant has it. I think you're right. I don't know that True Bretonnian, especially getting out value traded more and more significantly as the battle goes on. I just don't know if his build construction was the right one. Like this Silver Bullets, for example, would have been better. It's just 1-to-1. Just take instead, I think, the Sterling's Revenge Free Company instead. But hard to say. I mean, they are holding pause protection, giving them extra armor, up to 47 melee defense. They can stand and fight here, and at least wait until Boris is able to get in range, terrify away those Marauders, and do some significant damage to the Fleshhounds as well. Fleshhounds are definitely a problem, though. They are not taking much damage, despite not dishing a crazy amount of damage either right now. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but Silver Bullets, through everything, do manage to land a volley on those Minotaurs. They're just trying to finish off the leadership desperately there. And, yeah, the Empire's got reasonable force to secure there. Spearmen to come to secure this objective over here. Full health unit of cheap spears should be able to get on that objective cap and get it secured, but it's going to be tricky. I mean, True Bretonnian's in 3-cap territory here, and he has potential to 3-cap, but he needs to continue to value trade well, which right now he is definitely struggling to do so. The Silver Bullets eventually, despite everything, do get killed off. Fleshhounds pay for it, so tough to see there, but at the same time, Boris is doing his best to stabilize True Bretonnian's infantry, I guess. Is getting home. I mean, it's potentially there. We'll see. I don't know. Can Spearmen with shields hold against Marauders with Khorne? Can he regroup some of his other forces to get on the objectives quickly enough? This is definitely a situation where Free Company would have benefited True Bretonnian greatly. Like, just mix out some of these swordsmen for Free Company and get them on the objective faster. Their shots will also devastate. Like, rather than moving into melee against these Fleshhounds, you can get like a short-range blast and do a lot of damage, especially if you have something which can confer magic damage, like a Flaming Sword of Ruin. But, you know, I can criticize all I want. I'm not in this tournament, so it's hard for me to actually say. Nice Foz protection, though. That is going to give a huge amount of armor, up to 140 armor, those Empire Knights, as they tank it out against the Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds still have enough AP that it's uncomfortable. 22 AP is definitely not great. It's as much as some, like, Great Weapon Infantry. But, like, I think Dwarf Great Weapon Infantry has about that much armor-piercing weapon strength, so not as great as you might think, but still. Empire is getting pressure on 2 objectives. It's just not active cap pressure because they're actually getting out capped now. Yeah, those Spearmen with shields definitely performing very poorly against Marauders of Khorne. Who would have thought? And in terms of army damage value, I mean, yeah, he's almost up to... he's still about more or less the same. It's kind of teetering around the same more or less value, but here, Marauders of Khorne moving in. They get counteracted by some Empire Knights. It's tough, though, to have to allocate that much resources for just a cheap, you know, Khorne Marauder to make sure they can't cap the one objective that you do have under your control. Got some more grenade launchers coming out here to try and fast cap this objective, to try and spur some burst damage. We'll see. We'll see. Value is more or less stayed stable, slightly in Houseplant's favor. But, are scrappy, definitely scrappy. I don't think True Bretonnian has time at this point. He definitely does not have time with about 50 seconds left, less than a minute. Wasn't even able to get this second objective captured. So, although he hung around on value trade against a faction which is definitely nasty against Empire, has a has a potential to be. I just think a lack of free company, honestly. Being able to get on some of those objectives faster and having a little bit more missile damage on those objectives. Because free company, I mean, their stats, their melee stats are definitely worse than swordsmen, but the fact that they can get a couple of volleys on the advance of certain units, especially like infantry, just makes them really nice, especially in numbers. If you can develop like 4 or 5 units of them and have them all situated where they can kind of give each other supporting fire. If one of them gets compromised, then it's a good way to go. But it's tough to execute, especially against a great player like Houseplant. So that's going to even up the series at a 1-1. And let's go ahead and get this updated here. Beautifully done by Houseplant to just keep the pressure up and not relent. There you go. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. So we'll get ready to move on to the next replay. Replay number 3 here. Got the picks and bans for that. And here we go. Picks and bans. Yeah, very interesting. I mean, War Wagons did a lot of damage, but they ended up, I don't know how much in terms of secure they actually helped. We've got pretty good value on the swordsmen as well. They're decently cost effective, especially after the cost reduction. Like, value trade-wise, I mean, maybe the great swords ended up being the weakest point. Like, if you were to actually come in and think about this, maybe you actually, and you can't, you know, you can't guarantee this, right? Because you have to expect potential for armored infantry for Khorne. So I get having some great swords, but I would have cut 1 at least and taken maybe 2 free company in its place. Maybe you find some other funds somewhere else, try and get a second free company, and that way you have just a couple more flexible infantry to come off of Vanguard that can kind of get on some objectives and secure them. Maybe provide a little bit of supporting fire, maybe provide a little support in melee. But anyway, let's go ahead and get to the next round of 3 here. Now with a 1-1 score, we will be looking at Ubertonian going with High Elves, Dark Elves, and Cathay with no bans. Houseplant picks Norska, bans Cathay, so he's going to be Norska versus one of the elves. Which elf will it be? That is the question. Looks like the highest of the high elves. Let's go ahead and just make sure everything else is updated here for this. Excellent. And yeah, we're going to be seeing some Silverin Guards, some Lothern Sea Guard, Lore of Lifecaster on a Dragon. And that's basically it. Super basic High Elf build, but makes a lot of sense. On the flip side, for Norska, Wulfric the Wanderer on horseback. Very nice. He's got a Lore of Boats and Hunter of Champions. Got Balefeet of Shadows, some Marauders with Great Weapons here, some Marauder Champions. Very interesting. Just for some super hard holding power. And some Marauder Spearmen, more Marauder Great Weapons. So just tons and tons of Marauders all over the place. This map, definitely an awesome map. This is the Crater of Decay from Turin's Total Tavern Tournament Tap Pack, or whatever. the Quad T mod, you know. Anyway, looking pretty good. Yeah, both players kind of advancing. We take a look at the terrain. If you are sort of new to this map pack, or, you know, not as familiar with Domination, or for whatever reason, yeah, we've got these two here, Objective 1, Objective 2, and this one, which unlocks additional spawn points but generates no victory points. So, very, very interesting. And then, of course, the third objective here. So essentially, you can like unlock like forward deployment position here if you capture this objective. That's very interesting. Not something I even knew was possible. I guess, again, I've been out of touch with domination a little bit lately, so that's actually very cool. But see, it does unlock with the other objectives. It looks like right now, Houseplant, seeing the tactical value in being able to bring, no doubt, hordes of Marauder Horsemen, Cirtha X style, in Vanguard, is going to be moving up to capture this forward objective, whereas the High Elves have taken the center victory point objective and this far side as well. So interesting to see kind of the different tactics at play here. Center choke has been taken. There is a small flanking, or no, actually, this is all just straight impassable to the edge of the map. Looked like maybe there was a small flanking opportunity here, but I guess not. Interesting. Total tournament map pack. Yes, it is. I see, and again, because I'm going to be honest with you guys, I haven't really played multiplayer much since like October, November. Just because I've been crazy busy with family stuff. I haven't had a lot of interest. There's been other games that I've been more interested in, and it's just one of those things. I don't want to force myself to play it if I'm not enjoying it, but definitely something like this spurs my curiosity enough that I might actually have to jump in and play some domination games, just to kind of see how this feels to play in. But look at that. Okay, so he takes this objective, and it gives Houseplant the reinforcement points on this far side, so he can actually go for a full envelopment and start to pressure the High Elves backline very aggressively. Super interesting. Super interesting. And yeah, I see now there's reinforcement points on the other side here. Were True to push forward and capture. The question is, obviously, this isn't going to contribute to Houseplant's victory unless he can utilize this position in order to gain an advantage over True Bretonnian. Right now, both players are just posturing, purely positioning, no combat yet ensued, but I think that's about to change. There's a beautiful side-shotting breath attack through some Marauder champions. They get absolutely devastated by that, lose 14 unit models and almost half their hit points. Absolutely brutal. And the Lothern Seaguard going to open up on this other unit of champions here. So both sides definitely feeling the hurt. Silver and Guard countercharge, which is probably a mistake. They probably should have just taken the charge there, but Dragon's going to immediately rear charge this champ as they get sandwiched with some White Lions. So the High Elves get advantageous engagements for the most part across this front line here, and that's going to definitely benefit them into the long run here. Archers also open up on those Berserkers, but of course, Lore of Boats, despite Silver and Guard's magic resistance, is still going to certainly dish enough damage to be painful. Maybe swing this fight back around. Hunter of Champions also forces the dragon back up into the air as we see Pit of Shades unleashed in the backline. Momentary lapse, though, for the Skin Wolves is going to result in them getting turned into nice pin cushions. They end up losing a model there as a result. It's unfortunate that model can't regenerate, and of course, one unit of Berserkers just gets mown down by arrows. In the meanwhile, here we've got 4 Marauders advancing on 3 Silverin Guards, so this isn't enough to actually outcap the High Elves here. Let's see if True Bretonnian allocates resources back over. Looks like he dove. Oof. Not a good idea. Diving with the dragon right into the depths of danger, with Wulfric and the Manticore and Champs and the Veil Fiend all contributing here. Veil Fiend looks like didn't even get a hit to Sunder Armor, but definitely would have been beneficial regardless, though. Certainly enough single entity punch to force the dragon away once again. And True Bretonnian's going to have to be careful about deploying that dragon into this area where Wulfric and these other mobile units are. Definitely would be better to just peel the dragon up and come support this fight. Like, there's no mobile or anti-large units to support over here. It's just infantry versus infantry. Means the dragon could more or less have free reign to terrorize those poor Marauders. I mean, maybe the Manticore could follow it over there. Maybe Wulfric could pull some funny maneuvering and also go try and help save the day. But, I mean, I guess True Bretonnian just wanting to contribute the value here instead and try and hold this position, which I definitely understand. But, I mean, I think his units have enough melee defense, leadership, hold out while he cleans up those Marauders on the other side. But doing a good job cleaning up here as well. Lyrian Reavers get a nice end around rear charge into those Ice Wolves and whatnot. Berserkers also struggling to get into combat effectively despite taking a nice wide flank. Those Lothern Sea Guards have just been feasting. And here, again, this is what the Dragon's really good at doing, just like a Griffin, diving and terror routing different pockets. Manages to get some Marauders off the field there. Over here, Silver Guard finally realized they need to actually engage because they have been outcapped, but Houseplant, brilliantly done, is going to redeploy, pull out of the objective there. And if True Bretonnian were to notice in time, he could actually stop like right on the edge of the objective and recapture it, but it looks like he's going to get pulled off of the objective and perhaps pulled apart there. Nice bit of shades in the back line as well. Houseplant just taking every opportunity he can to try and punish high health mistakes, and is definitely getting some significant damage as a result. Having units coming off of this side Vanguard point is also super nice too. You can see multiple units of infantry that otherwise would have taken a long time to come support here. Spears can come in and get a good job of taking down some of these Reavers, although certainly Marauder Spearmen are unshielded. They are quite vulnerable to that pocket of archers there. But hey, what's up? What's up, Samurai Warrior? I think, yeah, I mean, we can look here and see if Lore Boats causes magic damage. It should say in the tooltip. Yes, damage per second. You see it has the magical denotation there against the damage by the damage per second, which means it does deal magic damage. I think all abilities, maybe Rune of Wrath and Ruin does not, but I think almost all abilities and spells that deal damage, deal magical damage. But anyway, yeah, it's not looking great for the High Elves right now, but at the same time, it's not looking unwinnable either. If the dragon could get free and not get killed by Wulfric here, perhaps they could stand firm and hold, but right now things are looking pretty grim. Looks like the dragon did manage to screen through some spears there, but still's got to be careful of the Manticore running a, you know, doomed dive there. Nice Earthblood hits multiple units, super efficient heal, especially on the dragon herself, obviously. But Lothern Seaguard just holding out admirably right now, starting to get pushed back, but have done a great job of holding this position, and it looks like True Bretonnian will be able to recap this objective, especially if he moves some more of these Lothern Seaguard actually onto the objective. But right now, focus firing on those Berserkers definitely makes sense. Moving in with Rangers and other units to just collapse Norskin's advance. And some nice retreating as well. True Bretonnian's been doing a good job keeping his units retreated when he needs to, but that is also resulting in not getting this objective recaptured. He's still got plenty of time, though. So it's definitely spell damage. If it's an ability and it says magic, then it counts as spell damage, definitely. Definitely. Anyway, yeah, Marauder Champions, they're holding out still. Get support from some Ice Wolves. Wulfric all together now, gonna try and take down those Sea Guards, but look at this High Elf army coming to try and win the day here. Got some Reavers coming through. They've got to be careful. The Marauder Grey Weapons, actually, as a key component of this force, are really nice because the Silvern Guards just have that little bit of armor. Grey Weapons help punch through, and just the extra numbers, too, going 4v3 there. They end up winning out on one, which can then steamroll into winning out on others. Reavers will try and stop that, but, I mean, they'll get a nice charge in, do some damage. But finally, the Dragon's going to redeploy over to that far side. Yeah, they aren't that far behind in value. I would agree, High Elves are in a pretty decent position, but I think it was a little bit of a blunder not to try and win this decisively a little bit earlier with the Dragon and then come back. These troops, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, hard to say. The Dragon definitely contributed over here, but they're in a decent position. They've got most of the Norskins pushed back. The Balefiend's done. It doesn't look like, yeah, value-wise, I was planning bringing in another champion, which I don't know. Like, holding power-wise, it's a single unit that's also only 80 armor and not the best missile block chance. Is going to be somewhat vulnerable to getting mown down by archers. We'll see. We'll see. It might have been worth it to just take more great weapons, to be honest, but right now it's looking pretty solid for True Bretonian. And remember, it is a best of 5, so even if True Bretonian wins this, he'll still have to win a game 4 in order to take the series. Spectacular. Yeah, it's been some crazy good games so far today. Super, super close. Got some more White Lions coming in. For Norska, not too much more, honestly. Not too much more. Got some more Berserkers coming in here. Champs trying to contest this front objective, but yeah, looks like it's going to be too much. True Bretonian ends up winning out regardless. But yeah, beautiful dragon play. I was a little bit worried there, diving straight into danger. I think True Bretonian, it could have gone much worse if he had gotten some like bad staggers or RNG and the dragon had been finished off. That would have crumbled pretty quickly for him, I think. But he ended up being able to hold it. So hard for me to criticize, but I still think it would have been beneficial to just go fly the dragon over for like 10-15 seconds, just get some quick side attacks, terrify away those other marauders, and then your Silverin Guard can hold that other objective, and that would have been even more decisive of a victory. But regardless, True Bretonian executing really smart build and executed well. The Lothern Sea Guard were definitely MVPs, man. Look at the value on these guys. 1636, that is just amazing. 1181, more Lothern Sea Guard. Yeah, the Lothern Sea Guard spam is real, but it's good. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, especially against a faction like Norska that relies on a lot of light infantry and monsters, two unit types which Lothern Sea Guard directly counter. So, yeah, on Houseplant's side, I mean, Wolfrek definitely cost-effective on the horse, but can still struggle to just be super impactful at times, besides his boats. Champs, I like the idea of it, but in practice, they ended up not being cost-effective, and just in general, a lot of the Marauder infantry struggled. 4 champs is super deep. I don't know. I might have cut one for something else. The Skin Wolves also ended up being just kind of a loss there. He didn't even bring out the Marauder Horsemen, which I find interesting. But anyway, yeah, let's go ahead, update the scoreboard here. We've got another point for True Bretonian. Going up 2-1 on the series. Go ahead and get the next pick and bands locked in here. One second, guys. Okay. Okay, and now for the round of 16, game 4 between True Bretonian and Houseplant for the picks and bans. So Houseplant's up on the pick 3. He goes Bretonia, Tomb Kings, and Slanesh. True Bretonian's going to counter with Cathay and confidently no bans. The fact that these guys are not using their bans, I think, is just fantastic. The confidence and, you know, guile to do such a thing is absolutely fantastic. I'd love to see me some big cojones moves, if you will. But let's go ahead and get this. Get queued up here. And here it is. True Bretonian going to be coming in on the Glade of the Everqueen with a fairly long-range build. This is definitely a map, it looks like, where you can utilize long-range artillery to great effect. Got 5 Jade Warriors, 3, what are they? Iron Hail Gunners, and a shooting gun in the air. We've got, yeah, the 2 Great Cannons, some Peasant Long Spears for Houseplants. Tomb Kings, looks like Katep going to be leading the way. Nehekara Warriors and Skeleton Spears. Got tons of Nehekara Warriors, Skeleton Spears, and Skeleton Warriors, which makes a lot of sense. Just flood the field with cost-effective infantry. I say cost-effective. They're, you know, not expendable capture weight infantry, right? So even though Skeleton Warriors for somebody like Vampire counts do count as expendable capture weight, not the case for the Tomb Kings. Yes, I think so, Samurai. I think he literally just went yes to melee infantry, and then again, makes sense. Does make sense, but the advance here through the woods too. Houseplant with the schemes today definitely could be interesting. Katep is also on foot here, which is just such a power move. Yeah, they do have a natural cap weight advantage given that peasants are expendable. It's true, Spellbound. That is a very good point, which is why a build like this makes a lot of sense. Not only that, but the Nehekara Warriors actually will just cut through peasants like butter. I mean, 33 weapon strength with anti-infantry, plus 7. So they're hitting 39 melee attack and 40 weapon strength. Yeah. Oh, that's right. We're not fighting against Bretonia. We're fighting against Cathay. It's Peasant Long Spears. Yes, peasants. Lots of expendable infantry, which Jades are not expendable, but they are more expensive. And I don't know, actually. Nehekara Warriors versus Jades. Yeah, Katep is just here to make the Shogun have a bad time, I think. You would think Samurai Warrior, but Skyjunk is risky in domination just due to the fact that it can't cap and it's quite expensive. Really need it to, like, more than pay for itself, but Katep's better than Cetra. I mean, he is very cheap in a guise like this. So Houseplant just waiting patiently. Looks like he's got a Screaming Skull Catapult on the field now, and he's bringing out some Skeleton Warriors and Tomb Guard Halberds. So just more and more units, both players summoning more. Looks like we've got some Jade Lancers, Jade Halberds, more infantry coming out. Cathay setting up this huge pike and shot and sword defensive position here, which is awesome. But that Screaming Skull Catapult's going to be heavily shelled. One artillery piece is already destroyed, even just on the first volley there. So yeah, Skyjunks struggle to pay for themselves, even if they use up all their ammunition in a long battle. Like, unless you're getting really good close range shots where you're just blasting a unit, it's I don't know, they're not that great in my opinion. Not every day in an army of Egyptian skeletons. Pours out of a high elf forest. Indeed. Indeed. Try not to get distracted by the nice statue. Yeah, so the cannons are just going to shell stuff, I guess. Both players just not wanting to advance into an unfavorable position. And I'm not sure exactly what Houseplant is banking here. I didn't spy the reinforcements before the game started, so cannons are good against great bows. Yes. Yes, they are. And they're also very good against Tomb King's characters because they deal fire damage, right? And all Tomb King's characters, except for Katep, are weak to fire damage. Katep is actually not, but I mean, he's a tiny squishy caster anyway, so he'll just die straight up. So, yeah. Pretty passive game so far. It's true. It's true. But looks like Houseplant just burned a bunch of his supply. What did he bring in? Okay, looks like Nehekara Horsemen. Brought in some Tomb Guard Halberds. So he's just going all in on the infantry push. Wow, look at how wide this is. More Nehekara Horsemen over here. This is insane, guys. This is a full 25 stack. I mean, this is more than a typical land battle here. This is going to be a huge, huge battle. I'm actually pretty stoked for this. Katep's actually still alive. Well, yeah, he's been hiding in the forest. He hasn't been blasted by the cannons yet, but, I mean, he doesn't have a lot of HP, so even without the weakness to fire, my point is he'll get blasted if the cannons choose to focus him. But Houseplant is doing the smart thing, which is just to keep him out of line of sight, like literally hidden in the woods. Not to mention, oh man, the cannon's kind of getting trolled by the trees in the plaza here. I have to say, credit to the map makers of Turin's map pack. These maps are worthy of being included in the base game, definitely. Like, better than some of CA's maps, I would say. But anyway, yeah, it's just a big old battle. You wanted fights? I know some people wanted land battles. Some people are probably disappointed that this is a domination tournament. But here you go. This is like a plus 25% land battle. The Hekara Warriors getting in there. We've got the Iron Hills opening up. Tomb Kings fully getting engaged here. Although the Jade Lancers are able to kind of hold the flank and turn back those Hekara Warriors, or Horsemen. But Nehekara Warriors even getting into combat here. Doing an okay job. The Nehekara Horsemen try and get up and around to disrupt. We'll be able to get on those Iron Hails eventually, but Tomb King's definitely taking some significant damage on the approach. But also, once they're in combat, that Realm of Souls starts to charge up. Definitely sustain very well in this fight. And like Peasant Long Spears, just going to be wet noodling. Oh, Tomb Guard actually mixed in here. Should be able to beat down those Peasant Long Spears over time. All this infantry on infantry is a little sus for Tomb Kings. I mean, I agree to an extent, but at the same time, you have to look at the capture situation here. Like, they outweigh Cathay so heavily on capture weight. Plus, I mean, Cathay's in there. The fact that they brought at least some missile units means that Tomb Kings are going to be able to get local superiority in certain places where they can go 2v1 on specific units, right? Like here, even though these Jade Halberds are doing okay and seeming to win eventually over time, especially if these Nehekara Warriors get a couple of Realms of Souls and don't fully die off for a while, they'll still be able to contribute a good amount of damage. And like here, you know, Jade Warriors versus Nehekara Warriors straight up is a nice engagement for the Tomb Kings. And we see other situations where, like, Tomb Guard Halberds managing to get kind of an awkward side engagement there. And just from capture, I mean, the Tomb Kings are triple capping right now. So the question is, can they continue to hold? Value trade, this is not going particularly well. But, you know, it is domination. One day land battles will get love again. Perhaps. Perhaps. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you queue with mods active, you will, and other people have the exact same mod loadout as you can sometimes find games, which is interesting. I think, actually, that everyone should just enable this mod and queue on domination with the mod active. But anyway, oh, man, Katep. Oh, no. Poor Katep is getting bullied. Getting bullied in the war zone. The Shugengan Lord Katep comes out of his hiding place in the forest and just immediately regrets all of his life decisions up to this point as he gets murdered by a Shugengan. Because, of course, the Shugengan is a hybrid character, even though it's costed like a pure caster. And Katep is certainly not. He is absolutely a pure caster that will die horribly in melee. But how much is it going to end up mattering at the end of the day? It's hard to say. Tomb King's wave attack is pushing through. And, the Cathay's lack of offensive output means that I literally don't think that they can kill all the skeletons fast enough. Like, they'll probably win. If you were to let this battle play out for a long time, they'd probably win, but we'll see. I mean, certainly the battle's not over yet, and Cathay might have some more tricks up their sleeves, but the lack of offensive output from Cathay's infantry means that even though, again, they'd probably win this eventually, I don't know if they're going to win it in time, be able to recap these objectives effectively. Certainly the AoE magic damage from the Shugengan Lord helps. Like, these skeleton cavalry in the back line is a pretty big issue. It means that all these missile units aren't going to be able to come back from route and contribute. Houseplant doing a really nice job outmaneuvering here with the skeleton horsemen, Nehekara horsemen trying to get back at these missile units, shut down the Jade crossbowmen, shut down the Iron Hail gunners, make sure that the units, as much as possible, who are fighting in melee, cannot maintain harmony. And as a result here, we see some Jade Warriors getting routed off there. Jade Halberd's also struggling against multiple units of Tomb Guard. Really nice, but oh man, that bunched up formation of skeletons is a juicy, juicy target for some AoE damage. So Cathay starting to get enough of a value lead perhaps to push back. We'll see. They did recap the one home objective here with enough capture weight. Just amassing on the objective. Tomb King's starting to lose out a little bit there, but we'll see. I mean, yeah, with the Jade Warriors now getting occupied, Jade Crossbows rather, now getting occupied there. Ooh, looks like the Skeleton Horsemen are going to go after the Iron Hails instead. I mean, it makes sense. Iron Hails don't have much armor. They're going to be more vulnerable against an attack from Skeleton Horsemen, but yeah, all of a sudden, it's like the Tomb Kings start to pop, and True Bretonian has an advantage on the field in terms of units. So Tomb Kings are going to start to need to reinforce very quickly here. I think Houseplant was maybe caught off guard in the amount of supply that he was banking, maybe forgetting to summon a little bit, but now plenty of Nehekara Warriors coming back in, Skeleton Warriors coming back in, should be able to certainly get on the objectives to stabilize them. We'll see. "20 infantry units, the best, most diverse way to play Warhammer." Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. The Shooting Gun's gonna come back and try and continue to hunt Kotep here. Screaming Skull landing a few shots on this objective. And again, Tomb King's getting outcapped, but it's hard to say. With the Jade Lancers coming through, Jade Lancers should probably try and get up and around if they can, but I'm not sure. It looks like they might have an attack order, yeah, on some random horsemen, so they're kind of have some issues there, but looks like Cathay is pushing back. They probably are going to be able to hold this. Tomb King's leadership started to deteriorate, and yeah, Kotep not really super impactful at the end of the day. Yeah, Cathay is still, I mean, they were briefly in the lead. I mean, they were in the lead for quite a bit of time. Now, Houseplant has briefly taken the lead, but right now is trending in the wrong direction. Value trade-wise, True Bretonian's taken a pretty decisive advantage as well. Almost 3,000 points advantage, and the Tomb Kings are struggling. So, yeah, I was doubting Cathay's offensive output, and things are looking bad, but I guess Tomb Kings just also lack offensive output on their infantry to a large degree. I actually think it would have been better with this build to probably not take Kotep and take instead a light caster with Barona's Time Warp, so that you could hit a huge pocket of infantry to try and increase their melee attack, maybe dish more damage and get better offensive output against some of the Cathayan infantry. I agree, Medley. I think all skeletons should count as expendable, but I have a whole spiel about how capture weight expendable rule makes no sense, and they should just make it a cost-based system purely, so that we can have some consistency across factions. But yeah, the problem is with trying to maintain a triple cap is you have to keep your resources on the point, and I think Houseplant slipped in he wasn't summoning units in to reinforce quite enough, and as a result, Cathay was able to get a local, value lead to take the objectives, but it looks like this objective is starting to trend back in the other direction as we get more skeleton and Nehekara horsemen. Honestly, Houseplant should use these horsemen to just block a lot of this Cathayan infantry from reinforcing here so that he can try and finish this capture. Because, I mean, even though these skeleton horsemen, which it looks like he's unintentionally going to do that by going after these Iron Hails, just want to try and keep the Cathayan infantry away as long as possible, use time and distance to your advantage, right? But let's see. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what cost-based system would work the best, but like just having something where, a unit that's maybe less than 300 points it counts as expendable, and units that are more than like 300 to 1,000 maybe, I don't know, count as regular. And maybe you have one that has like +1 or +2 extra capture weight for elite infantry. I don't know. It's hard to say. But yeah, without something like that, I think just the cheap, cost-effective infantry spam is definitely going to be the way to go in a lot of matchups, a lot of situations. Yeah, although we did see in the previous High Elf game, I mean, it was not wide infantry spam, it was like a mid-tier infantry spam with the dragon, which is, I guess, slightly different. And, yeah, I mean, that was that Boris game as well, which was interesting, but... Yeah, Arrow, I would say it would make more sense if the Tomb King's Skeleton Warriors were actually slightly more expensive and slightly better in combat than the Vampire Counts skeletons. That would actually make more sense. And, like, if they were, you know, like 400 cost, but actually had, like, okay stats, then I would probably be okay with them not having expendable capture weight. But as it is right now, for the Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Spearmen, it makes no sense, because I think they're literally the same. Are they? Maybe the Tomb King's ones do have better stats, and I'm just insane. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's exactly the same as regular Skeleton Horsemen. One way to distinguish them from Counts, yeah. In the lore, that's correct. Yeah, the Tomb King skeletons are like actual reanimated soldiers that maintain a degree of their humanity, which is why they're able to actually use bows and like use artillery and stuff. But oof, it's looking tricky. The cannon got resummoned in, which is definitely a bold choice, but I think Houseplant might have actually gotten this. He did manage to get a capture on this objective, as we saw there, and the blocking of these Cathayan infantry, like here, MLG Tomb Guard blocks of the Jade Halberds. This is what we all want to see, right? This is undead skeletons fighting some Chinese-inspired halberd infantry. Beautiful. Tomb Kings have slightly better defenses, I believe, like higher armor. Interesting. Interesting. I think this is a GG. This is literally abusing Cathay's lack of anti-infantry offensive power. That's and the thing is, once Cathay gets some DLCs, like if they get some DPS like Monkeyman infantry or something, that would yeah, that would make a huge difference in a matchup like this, but looks like Houseplant's going to take it, and that will take us to a Game 5. Oh, yes! Yes, indeed. A Game 5. Here we come. Wow. It's hard to say. I mean, he did use all of his units in his reserve, so I don't know what he... I mean, just cut some infantry, I guess. Maybe cut these 2 Jade crossbows, since they didn't really do a ton. I mean, they did something, but that would be enough to maybe take a Fire Rain rocket in reserve. But I definitely agree, Fire Rain would have been nice, but I don't know if he would have been able to protect it. I mean, he had a hard time protecting those cannons, even. And neither of them paid for themselves, so... yeah, maybe the cannon... I mean, you can't always know what your opponent's going to bring, but certainly it would make sense to have a wide infantry army, more so in domination than in land battles. So maybe you cut one of these cannons, try and find some extra funds for rockets. But rockets definitely would have punished this Tomb King's build very badly, which is why he initially deployed in the woods, I think. But just wait for them to come out of the woods and then fire in. Cathayan infantry actually trades okay for the most part, which is not really surprising, but yeah, just the rockets, the artillery, lack of rockets, I should say, so kind of the letdown here. Cannons were there to counter bow shopti, which were not present exactly, which is why I would say you want to take like 1 rocket and 1 cannon. Maybe you have the rocket in reserve, maybe you have the cannon up front, just so that, you know, you're not wasting funds initially, but yeah. Tomb Kings, none of their stuff is going to get great value. It's just all going to be there on the field. And I did have a couple of key elites, didn't end up using them. The Screaming Skull ended up getting some really nice value, and the Skeleton Horseman, Nehekara Horseman are definitely MVPs, running around in the back line, chasing missile units, keeping units off of the objective, making sure they delete Harmony from the game. Definitely very solid, so... Yep, if you can always summon them later if you need them. Exactly, Arrow, so... Very good stuff, though. Let's go on and get to the final game in this best of 5. What a series it's been. Absolute scrap between two great players. So I honestly can't say who I would predict win this. But let's go ahead and get this going here. Okay. All right, and for the final, we're going to get Houseplant once again picking 3, banning 1. He picks Slaanesh, Dark Elves, Demons of Chaos, and bans Slaanesh. And it looks like, yeah, we're going to see more Tomb Kings. True Batonian also picking the Tomb Kings and banning Slaanesh. So, yeah, let's go ahead and get on to the replay now. Second. Yes, more Tomb Kings. Doomers. Tomb Kings against the Dark Elves, it looks like. So go ahead and zoom on in here. True Bretonian going with wide infantry army. No Lord, actually. Just all infantry. Got a bunch of Tomb Guard here, a bunch of Skeletons, Screaming Skull Catapult as well. He did bring the Chosen of the Gods Regiment Renowned Ushabti. And it looks like the Lich Priest of Nehekara is going to be his first summon right out the gates. Super cheap kit, I would imagine, if he's able to summon that quickly. Neru's Incantation of Protection, Incantation of Curse Blades, and the Mighty Scrolls of Incantation, which does give you quite a bit of extra Winds of Magic, potentially, if you cast it on a big blob of your own units. Malice Darkblade coming in with a Master and the Sorceress. It's got Bleak Swords, Black Ark Corsairs, Dread Spears. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's a nice wide infantry army, as is traditional in Domination. Unfortunately, Slaanesh is very good, and when a faction is very good, people tend to not like them. Let's see. Let's see how it gets on here, guys. A round of applause for these two players, as they have had an absolutely spectacular series so far. We're taking a very short intermission after this series, just so I can stretch my legs a little bit and get freshened up, ready for the next one. But, well, lucky for you, Dark Elves and Slaanesh, you know, sometimes they touch tips. So, there's always that. Yeah, both players, again, going to be playing fairly patiently. So far, the artillery of True Bretonian isn't pressuring too much. Most of the good targets are staying out of range anyway, for the most part, so... Excuse me. Dark Elves here. Intent to once again kind of let True Bretonian take the lead on tickets initially. And Houseplant is going to bide his time patiently. And let's go about this here. Okay. Yeah, Yeah, I think Slanesh's front line is definitely too strong. Like, even though the cost makes more sense for Slanesh, devoted Slanesh Marauders, they shouldn't be stronger than Corn Marauders, probably. Corn Marauders are just kind of terrible to begin with. I mean, they're okay, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I'm with you. Slanesh shouldn't just reliably win frontline fights with their basic infantry every time. Instead of an anvil, they have a table saw. It's a great way of putting it. That is a great way of putting it. All right, let's take a look here. Black Ark Corsairs taking some volleys. Malice gonna move in, start mixing it up. Tomb Guards actually are probably not gonna trade amazing versus Corsairs. I would think. I mean, their melee defense is high enough. I don't know. Maybe it's not that great for Corsairs, but we'll see. They're about to get an engagement anyway. Corsairs are going to miss out on a sweet 20 charge bonus, which is pretty significant, actually. That well, without the charge bonus, they'll definitely lose the Tomb Guard, but we've got more Black Ark Corsairs moving in anyway. Got the Bleak Swords moving in and whatnot. Meanwhile, over here, Chariots for the Tomb Kings have been deployed, and the Master finds himself in a horrible position, getting blasted point blank by Sepulchral Stalkers. Never a good time for any horse character. Doom Kings are also pushing forward to try and cap opponents' home objective because, yeah, they lost out on this one. Dark Elves able to pretty quickly gain local superiority and capture this objective, although units are getting routed. The Black Ark Corsairs suffering leadership damage. Of course, there's multiple effects from the Screaming Skull Catapult on leadership. You've got your basic hit by artillery leadership debuff, and then of course the Discourage on top of that does mean it's a significant leadership swing. Dark Elves also just fell back from their home objective, did not try and contest this at all with inferior troops, which to a degree I get, but I say inferior troops, I actually think you get the Corsairs on the Nehekar Warriors, charge the Bleak Swords into the center, or maybe one up and around the side. They might be able to actually do okay in that engagement there, but instead focusing down here, Cold One Knights moving through to just wreck those chariots, decking the halls, if you will. Master also comes through here, and a lot of killing for the Dark Elves on this objective, but it is just 1 out of 3 objectives, and the rest of the army is more or less trading evenly. Yeah, not looking truly great right now. Chosen the Gods do get engaged by Dark Riders, though. This is a great get by the Dark Riders. They could also peel immediately and go shut down that Screaming Skull, which would also be super cost effective. But looks like the Cairns of Cain came in, got mauled, and are immediately going to fly off. There you go. Let's see here. Dark Riders look like they, yeah, this is a big blade live, but certainly heard what I said and are going to go after that Screaming Skull. Doom King's attempting to defend here with these skeleton horsemen, and man, those two Shabti just getting dragged down by Dark Riders. That is super cost effective. For the Dark Elves, they're starting to take an ever so slight value lead, but nothing insurmountable by any means for the Tomb Kings. They're still in a commanding position when it comes to the objectives, but any units that kind of overextend without support here are getting torn apart. The Sepulchral Stalkers initially got some really nice damage, but have not quite paid for themselves yet. Tactically also, I don't know how useful they've been, but Rubitonian's got to be careful. If he trades down in value too badly here, then Houseplant was going to have more than an opportunity to come back and even things out and win the series ultimately, because of course this is for all the marbles, at least for this series. Let's go ahead and take a look here. And let's see. Dark Riders just kind of riding around, skirmishing, shooting Tomb Guards is fine, but not really affecting the battle too much for the time being. Meanwhile, Still trying to punish the overextension from the Dark Elves here. Dark Riders eventually getting dragged down by Skeleton and Nekahara Horsemen. Chosen of the Gods do manage to bail themselves out, although the crew for the Screaming Skull Catapult was not so lucky. Dark Elves do need to win the mobility game hard, and they've got a little bit of a value lead right now, so let's see. It looks like Houseplant is moving in now to engage, not wanting to wait too long for the Tomb Kings to attempt to come back, but look at this. Nekahara Warriors are on this objective, threatening to capture. Raven's Heralds are coming through to try and shoot Chosen of the Gods. They've got that protection, though, incantation of protection for physical resistance. Should be able to reposition, get to safety here. And it looks like Murderous Prowess kicking off at a very nice time for the Dark Elves, right as they're getting this big critical melee engagement going for their own home objective. Black Arc Corsairs, Bleak Swords, easily just mowing down skeletons. And more Ushabti being summoned up here as well for a nice rear charge opportunity on those Black Arc Corsairs. But so far, True Bretonnian looks to be still commanding this position. I mean, Houseplant's lead is significant, 2,000 damage value, but True Bretonnian is not going quietly into that good night. Definitely holding his ground reasonably well, although numbers of Dark Elves are starting to threaten here. You can see he's kind of sensing that, moving these Skeleton Warriors back to try and form sort of a second line here to defend his own home objective, just in case he ends up losing out on this front side objective here. Nice burning head from Dark Elves. Ooh, it's cold in here. Would have liked some Handbow Corsairs harassing on the home point rather than the Dark Rider Crossbows. Yeah, I mean, Dark Rider Crossbows are definitely okay as well. I almost like having their mobility and armor piercing damage just in case, but Dark Elves are starting to grind through what's here of the Tomb Kings. That Summoned Ushabti is helping the Tombers quite significantly right now, but it's not long for this world. Should be gone relatively shortly, and then things will start to kind of cascade, I think, against True Bretonnian. He's now down almost 2,500 points, which is significant. Certainly significant enough. Dark Elves have the mobility to capitalize in order to punish. But that being said, True Bretonnian is closing in on 3-cap territory. He's not quite there yet, but especially the fact that he's threatening on this low ground now as well is kind of undoing Houseplant's carefully laid plans. Even if he were to get his own home objective back, which it looks like he's probably going to be able to, this downside objective, he's going to have to reallocate resources back down here. And see a couple of slow infantry coming through. We've got the Nekesh's Scorpion Legion for poison, just to make that process even slower of wet noodling a skeleton, you know, by debuffing weapon strength. Yeah, Houseplant's Tomb Kings won the last, so it's whoever wins this takes the series. That's the point. And True Bretonnian looking very comfortable right now, but let's see. He's got smart summons coming in to defend his home objective. Plenty of units here to defend this objective as well still, and the Dark Elves push. Oh, it's getting the 3-cap territory right about, well, not yet, but pretty close. In the next 30 seconds or so, he's going to move into 3-cap territory, so not looking great for Houseplant. Let's see what he's able to do. Does look like he got his home objective fully secured. He's definitely threatening on this objective as well. Malice could always transform to Zarkan, just pop a late game power spike and try and really deal a lot of burst damage potentially to try and decisively seize this objective. And then on this low ground, I mean, Tomb Kings were able to retake it momentarily, but after reallocating a lot of the resources from his home objective down here, it looks like Houseplant is threatening to retake this one, but I mean, it's Tomb Guards down here. It's not just Skeleton Warriors anymore. Certainly the Nekesh's Scorpion Legion are doing their best to hold. Nekahara Warriors also punching reasonably well, doing some nice damage. But question is, for True Bretonnian at this point, what should he do? Should he just turtle up on the one objective? Should he try and split his resources and defend both objectives? I'm of the mind that you just kind of just fight it out here. Incantation of Cursed Blades to increase the weapon strength up to 42. Then plus the 7 melee defense, 49 weapon strength of Nehekar Warriors. That's as much as Khorne Warriors. That is absolutely nuts. Yeah, really nice buff there to just overpower a weakened unit. And it's going to be tricky. I mean, True Bretonnian has to hold on to this home objective, and he has to continue to trade at least evenly. He's stayed more or less at about 2,500 for quite some time. The question is, can Houseplant really capitalize on this value lead fast enough? He's got some time. Definitely got some time. Got about, what, 5 minutes? 300 seconds? So... one of your units has been destroyed. Not lost yet. Low ground swings. High ground has a chance. True. Very true. And True Bretonnian also has a chance. But look at this. I don't know. I think Houseplant's got this. I just realized the unit count differential here. True Bretonnian's got 9 units on the field versus Houseplant's 25. And, like, yes, a lot of those units for Houseplant are extremely tattered and combat ineffective. Maybe 5, maybe even 6 of them are more or less combat ineffective. But even still, that's a huge advantage on just units on the field. And it's up to Houseplant to capitalize on this advantage and try and capture this objective. But, like, yeah, these Dark Riders need to come up here. The Coldwood Knights need to move in. Every unit that's tattered here, rather than unsummoning them, I would definitely just move them onto the objective to try and blast capture weight as fast as possible. We'll see. We'll see. True Bretonnian just needs to hold. And that's the thing right now. He just needs to continue to get units on the objective to hold. A couple of nice cavalry summons here. We've got a couple more skeleton warriors coming out as well. So it's a race against time for Houseplant to capitalize on that massive advantage. I honestly think maybe he could have maneuvered some of these infantry up here in time as well. I don't know 100% if they would have got here. It would have probably been getting here right about now if he had maneuvered them as soon as he captured that objective. And it does look like he's going to be able to get this objective. Oh man, Houseplant, it's close. It's going to be close, but I think he's got it, especially with the Zarkan summon now being popped, just to really put a nail in the coffin. But Houseplant is going to have to defend this for quite some time. But oh, I don't know. He just took a pretty decisive punch up on the value lead, up to 4,000 value now. So I think Dark Elves finally got it. Man, he almost didn't have enough time. He's yeah, about 2 minutes from losing it. But I don't know if True Bretonnian can bring this back at this point. I don't know if he's even going to be able to retake a single objective, just given that the Tomb Kings are so weak on the field. What a series, guys. What an absolute scrap. That was nuts. Absolutely nuts. Like, straight up. That was an hour-and-a-half series. Wow, guys. And that's even without downtime of actually doing the picks and bans and everything live. Like, these are replays. Don't tell anyone I told you. But, yeah, man, what a series. Let's see. Zarkan should be able to hold this. And he doesn't need much time. One of your units has been destroyed. Yeah, I don't think Tomb Kings can get enough capture weight to flip any points. I think you're right. And since this is a replay, in the interest of time, let's go ahead and fast forward as the Tomb Kings make their final push. Yeah, they're just, you can see there that True Bretonnian's never able to really get that many units on the field. And he is going to be forced to throw in the towel there. So Houseplant. Man, oh man, if Houseplant... yeah, that was insanely close. An insanely close series. Crazy back and forth swings. Houseplant is ultimately able to take the win there. Crazy good stuff. Not too much analysis to say that I didn't already say in the replay. But it's interesting. I mean, Tomb Guard, just wide skeleton infantry definitely makes a lot of sense. Not sure about the artillery, if it ended up being a hindrance or a boon. Hard to say, but definitely interesting and very well played to both of these players. We're going to move on to the next series in just a moment. GG indeed. So bear with me just 1 second, guys. So next up, we've got Reginald Puggington versus NCR Rangers. So I'm going to pop some music up in just a minute here, and we'll show you their initial picks and bans. Then I'm going to take like 3 minutes, and we'll be right back. Just a second. Okay. Excellent. So, hold tight for me for the next series. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. All right, I am returned, and in fact, I do not know who won, because the way that this is working right now is I actually have a tournament admin who's sending me the replays one by one, so I don't actually know how many replays there are in a given series. I have no idea who winner of a given replay. I am discovering it all live with you guys. I haven't had any contact with any of the players here, so yeah, it's fresh for all of us. Let's go ahead and jump back on over into the game here and join with Reginald Puggington and NCR Ranger as they compete for next spot. Yes, indeed. We're going to be starting out with the picks and bans there. You saw global bans of Chaos, Slanesh, Dark Elves, Tomb Kings, which does mean we'll see some filthy undeads. And vampire counts it is. I know Reginald Puggington is definitely a very strong vampire counts player, has been a vampire counts main for many years. So there you go. Let's take a look at what he's got. Vlad, the Vaughn of Karstein, is here, and got tons of Cryptors to back him up. We got Vargolf here, Skeleton Warriors as well, Tithe Zombies, and a Corpse Cart with an Unholy Lodestone, of course. White Kings. This is very much a classic Vampire Counts build, and he's facing off against NCR Ranger here, or just Ranger, who has some Minotaurs with Khorne. He's got some Chosen of Khorne. Wow, okay, so I mean, this is a way that you can choose to play Khorne if you are so inclined, which is to just say yes to the dress and take all the elites only. Only elites, yes, that is the way. And I didn't see, did he just unsummon his lord right off the bat? Did he just take like some cheap like dog or something and just unsummon it immediately? Because I don't see a lord for Khorne, so yeah, wild. Wild stuff. Let's see how they get on. Puggington kind of taking an oblique approach, advancing up the side here. When Winds of Death ends this game. Yeah. Have the rare chance to watch the Vampire Counts match on fast forward. Just saying, you know, I may end up fast forwarding a little bit through some more of these games because we do have quite a few to get through. I haven't been too much so far just because it kind of breaks the immersion of this being a live event. These games are being played more or less right now or within the past couple of hours, but yeah, for the interest of the stream, and I really appreciate this format personally. Oftentimes, the downtime between games is really what kills the momentum of a stream. You end up having a ton of people leaving the stream, so it's just not a comfortable situation. But regardless, both players just patiently approaching here. Finally, Puggington's looking like he wants to take a melee engagement, perhaps, after wasting some ammo. He gets a nice zombie summon here, and he's going to prevent the Khorne units from getting a charge. That's the most important thing. But look at these Minotaurs in here. Oh yeah, just saturating in, getting a nice double charge on those Cryptors. The Cryptors, I would imagine, are going to start to take extreme damage, but of course they can just heal through it. And as a result, Minotaurs overextending without really any infantry support. You can see them start to get surrounded by skeletons and zombies as they fight the Cryptors. Like this guy right here, fully surrounded by skeletons and zombies. He's going to crush a few of them, but still, they're getting free damage, more or less, the whole time into those units, and it's just not super cost-efficient for Khorne. But right now, man, Khorne just going in with the multi-charge. They've got throwing axes on station against the Mortis engine. I don't know how this engagement's going to end up playing out, but certainly Khorne initially looks to have gotten a pretty good position here. But, of course, Vampire Counts are literally all about sustaining through this type of thing. Lord was a Warhound, yes, confirmed. I don't know. Are Vampire Counts that known for sniping your lord? The NCR Ranger would feel the need to do that? Strange. Anyway, I mean, certainly at this point it makes a lot of sense what he's going for, though. Just full surround of Khorne elites, and they're going to just smash. Question is, can they get rid of enough support units? Can they deal enough damage to actually finish units off without them just getting cascading healing? Minotaurs are already starting to run out of steam. We've got one Minotaur with great weapons off. Another one, I would imagine, is going to start to lose out on its leadership. Another one over here also, but oh man. Wow. Okay, so one thing about Khorne versus Vampire counts is this. Khorne's army ability charges up fairly quickly, and now a devastating AoE strike right in the center of the unholy blob of Vampire counts, and that is going to strike down a good portion of the support units for Vampire counts. You can see immediately Ranger takes a pretty good value lead, and more importantly, he's able to actually get his power units onto Puggington's power units effectively and start to hopefully finish them off. I mean, I say that, and yet this Mortis engine is still alive and still kicking. But even just fighting on top of the Chosen of Khorne, that Mortis engine is going to suffer pretty badly. And like even the Cryptors, for example, right? Only 33 melee defense, weak to fire damage, at 56 attack and 65 weapon strength even after poison for the Chosen of Khorne there. So, I mean, they can definitely just beat the crap out of Cryptors. Mortis engine falls, good chance of Khorne winning. I mean, even without the Mortis engine falling, I think Khorne had a pretty good chance of winning regardless, but we'll see. Definitely Puggington's not going quietly. He's managed to stabilize the value trade at about 1,000 lead for Khorne. But we'll see. Right now, Khorne is just devouring what's left of these kind of chaff units over here, but the Chosen of Khorne are very slow, so if Puggington has mobility in his build, he can try and take advantage of that. Not get overly caught up in one position here. Yeah. Smart to just reposition and try and, you know, get some more advantageous engagements. But look in the back line here. Minotaurs with great weapons against Cryptors. Definitely a fight I want to take a look at a little bit closer here. The fact that he's also got warriors in here supporting against the skeletons is super important. If it was just the Minotaurs by themselves, they'd be losing pretty badly. But the warriors of Khorne here, or Chosen of Khorne even, 56 melee attack, 45 weapon strength, again, flaming damage, so they're going to be hitting that much harder against the Cryptors. And yeah, it's looking pretty good for the Khorne lads here. We'll see. We'll see. The question is, can they get another objective captured? Because right now they've only got the one cap. Need to get a second cap. That's part of the problem with relying on a lot of elites for Khorne. Yes, you're going to win the battle fairly decisively, but also the capture weight situation is going to work against you to a degree. But Chosen starting to cut through. Got one Chosen on this far objective now, a couple of Chosen on the near objective. More Minotaurs rushing in here. Oh man, the bloody brutality of Khorne is so beautiful. Did Vlad bring Wind of Death? That's a good question. Let's take a look here. I don't think so. But, yeah, he did not bring Wind of Death, which is most unfortunate. That would have made a huge difference here. Even with the spell resistance of these Chosen of Khorne, I mean, Overcast Wind of Death definitely would have got quite a bit of damage on them. Yeah, value is more or less even. I mean, Rangers had 1,000 gold lead for most of the battle. And what that means from Puggington's perspective is he's been able to stabilize the damage and even start to turn things around a little bit, because value trade-wise, because of the healing nature of vampire counts, they're always going to feed a little bit of extra value to their opponent. So a Ranger only being up now less than 1,000, only like 500, is really actually not great in terms of a value trade for him. Tactically, though, I will say, a full triple cap now, high ground objective with some Flesh Hounds as some Rotted Horsemen to beat off zombies, which is not what I meant. Definitely, this is not Slash, but let's say beat down some zombies. Maybe that's better. Don't beat off zombies, please. It's bad for your health and for everything else. Anyway, another big Khorne sword going to be dropped from the sky here. Khorne Quake. Now with 10% more vitamins, comes in, does a nice strike against those vampires, but the vampire horde is definitely overwhelming, continuing to hold this center objective. Yeah, it's hard to get a value lead in that environment. It's true, but look at this. Look at this. Pugington's actually coming back in terms of value lead and now starting to take the lead. So that's not great. That's not a great sign for Ranger as this game starts to drag on. Pugington's lack of mobility, I think, is hurting him. Personally, Black Knights with Lances and Barding are a great counter unit, in my opinion, against Fleshhounds. Extra charge bonus, armor, and the fact that they now deal magic damage means they will shred Fleshhounds. Like, they trade very well. So I would have maybe liked to see 1 or 2 of those in reserve brought out exactly in a situation like this to try and act as a nice, hard-hitting, fast cavalry option. Nice that the sword gets a chance to be used. Yeah, well, I think it's dependent on unit models killed, right? I want to say that's how Khorne's army abilities charge up, which, I mean, against vampire counts, you're going to get a lot of that. Yeah, so let's see. Let's see. The center blob is definitely looking great for Pugington. The question is, can he now project that value out to these other objectives? And, yeah, Smort Ascension got summoned back. That's the beautiful thing about domination. Beautiful and terrible thing. Yep, when you kill off a power unit like that, it just comes right on back, which is fantastic. But let's see, we've got some more Minotaurs weapons coming in as well, and as long as Khorne can just keep Pugington bottled up in this center objective and maintain cap weight on the sides, he should be fine, but nothing currently defending objective number 1, and we've got skeleton warriors and zombies moving in that direction, so yeah. Let's see here. Marauder Horseman moving to block. Chosen. Ooh, man. Chosen with the charge bonus, too. They've got 42 charge for infantry. 42. That means on the charge, even against something like Cryptors, these guys are going to be hitting for like 110 weapon strength apiece. So much damage. That's so much damage. Like, yeah, they're going to be able to KO those Cryptors no problem with the charge bonus active, but let's see. Right now, this one very tattered unit is getting hit by the Cryptors. They don't like that. They're getting poisoned, and they're just so low on HP that they are very likely to rout here, but okay, here we go. Let's watch in the background. You've got that Mortis Engine. Unfortunately, the way the infantry charges, oftentimes the charge bonus is a little bit awkward to use in practice, but still here... yeah, it's actually not too crazy yet for those Cryptors. The Chosen are, not actually dealing that much damage. And, yeah, the Cryptors are holding, which is an unfortunate situation, but there you go. Pugington certainly has enough time to come back, try and get his value lead returned. Yeah, Mark of Khorne is mostly disappointing, I agree. It's, the fact that it debuffs your melee defense is not something that I'm a fan of at all, considering that Warriors units already tended to not have the best melee defense in the world. I mean, outside of, like, Chosen and stuff, obviously. But, like, even, like, Khorne Halberds, for example, their melee defense is actually pretty terrible for a Halberd unit. You can die to Foot Squires as a result, and it's just, it's awkward. Yeah, Hadra's going to be facing off against Platypus. Definitely very scary. Never thought I'd be scared of a Platypus, but here we are. Yeah, anyway, getting back to the battle at hand, the Grave Guards attempting to come get on this high ground objective, being blocked very nicely by Minotaurs. Also got Serrata Horsemen repositioning, but similar to the last game where we saw just superior number of units on the field start to win out over time, Pugington has now raced out to a 3,000 damage value lead. He's got 19 units on the field versus Ranger's 7. So, I loved Ranger's build. I think this is a land battle. He probably would have won in the initial phases. Another huge corn sword drop right there. But let's see here. Yeah, right now, Corn is just having a hard time with maintaining their objectives. And, I mean, it's not quite, well, yeah, it is 3-cap territory, I think, for Puggington, if I'm reading this right. So if Ranger can just hold on to this one objective for now, should be able to win out, but that's a big if, especially with the Mortis Engine and Crypt Horrors and this just absolute horrendous Doom Blob defending. But if the Vampire counts weaken themselves too much in other positions, potentially Khorne could come in and try and get a sneaky side cap on one of these objectives. But please show the Mortis Engine's value after draining down those Chosen. Yeah, I mean, it has been, keep in mind, it has been summoned twice, so it just barely ended up being cost effective. But yes, the Mortis Engine did pay for itself twice. So there you go. Puggington able to just strangle on for the victory. Just, grab that rope real tight and just, yeah, garrote Khorne with it, basically, and hold him down until the win. Chosen of Khorne, obviously, getting insane value, but still actually not paying for themselves, which is interesting to me. I almost wonder if you would have gone wider, if it would have been more beneficial, or if it would have made any difference at all. Hard to say, but definitely an interesting build from Ranger. The elites for Khorne makes a lot of sense, especially in land battles, but in domination against vampire counts, I think you're just going to run into that issue where you don't have enough units. Just don't have enough units. Oh, whoops, I totally forgot to update the factions on this last one. My apologies. That's okay. That's all good. We'll fix that for the next one here. There you go. Puggington versus Ranger goes up 1-0 on the series. And now let's get the next picks and bans locked and loaded. Excellent. So for the next one, NCR Ranger is going to pick Wood Elves, Ogre Kingdoms, and High Elves ban Vampire Coast. Puggington goes with Norska with no bans. So let's go ahead and take a look to see what Ranger ended up going with here. And it looks like he went with the Ogre Kingdoms, which is interesting. Norska versus Ogres is probably one of the more interesting matchups in the game, in my opinion, because Norska is very much kind of styled as the Monster Hunter faction. As a result, they have great anti-large tools, which makes them trade reasonably well into Ogres in some cases, but at the same time, Ogres' mobile artillery, their very strong cavalry, and just in general flexibility makes them tricky at times for Norska to deal with. So let's take a look at the builds here. Puggington coming in with a bunch of Marauder Horsemasters here. Definitely makes sense. He's got a Balefiend for his lord. Yeah, Piercing Bolts of Burning, Flaming Sword of Ruin here. We've got some Marauders, Marauder Great Weapons, some Spears as well. Norskin Giant up on the high ground. Nice melee punching power there. Marauders and Marauder Spears. We've got double Iron Blaster for Ranger. Noblar Trappers. We've got some Mournfang Calves as well. Two of them, Mournfangs with Great Weapons specifically. Anti-large bonus, couple of Lead Belchers, some Noblar Trappers. Good. Being good. Apologies, guys. Just I'm all set here. Hmm. Lightning fast matchup. Yeah, in land battles, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, let's see what tech he brings. The Iron Blaster is definitely a tech that can be effective here, but this map is a little bit awkward because of the steep slopes and the, like, if the Iron Blasters can stay parked up here and project into this huge open space, that's going to be great, but Puggington is doing the smart thing, which is double pushing giants up here so that they can contest this space, because, I mean, the Iron Blasters, you can see, to try and fire down here to units that are advancing, they don't have line of sight, so you say the Giant's not going to be enjoying life with 2 Iron Blasters running around, but actually, in this position, with this kind of advance here, I mean, the Iron Blasters, it looks like, are going to be forced down into the open space, which, again, the Giants can then come towards the back of this objective, and they are 100% line of sight blocked from those Iron Blasters. The Iron Blasters, again, have to come to the top of the plaza in order to fire at them. So
we have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Really spellbound. I would expect that the Slanesh mark, 10% physical resistance, would be enough to swing certain engagements, but maybe I'm wrong about that. I guess probably because the specific units with Slanesh marks, I mean, their base counterparts are, I don't know, hard to say, but
Keep it from the
even the Zinch mark, which is sometimes massively impactful, is hard to make cost-effective in domination. Yeah, definitely easier in land battles. The barrier is something you can abuse heavily in land battles, especially with, like, skirmish cavalry and stuff. But, yeah. There are a couple of cases where, like, for example, personally, even though I think they're still a little bit maybe too expensive, the Chosen of Nurgle, I think, are probably better than the basic Chosen Great Weapons because of the extra HP and the fact that they have poison. Part of that also comes from the fact that, you know, kind of within Nurgle's roster, if you take them out of Warriors of Chaos and put them into the Monogod's Nurgle roster, they make a lot more sense because Nurgle kind of lacks, like, very strong offensive tools in melee to a large degree, especially compared to other, you know, kind of Monogods type factions. So having a unit like Chosen Great Weapons that has great charge bonus, great melee attack, huge armor piercing weapon damage, definitely beneficial to them. But yeah, I don't know. I think the mark of Slanesh is actually kind of OP. Like 10% physical resistance, especially on units with heavy armor, devastating flanker for high charge units like Chaos Knights, potentially yeah, I don't know. Like, on the heavier armor units, I would definitely say the Mark of Slanesh is better, but it makes sense. Yeah, Marked Slanesh Marauders, why? Just devoted Marauders. Anyway, back to the battle at hand here. You can see the Ogres are doing a nice job punching back against the Norskins. The Iron Blasters, Lead Belchers doing a great job just dealing great missile burst damage up close. The Giant did come down. One of the Giants did come down here. And the Bale Fiend and other units are going to continue to pressure the Iron Blaster. But so far, it's looking pretty good for, yeah, Ranger value-wise, Puggington objective-wise. And Iron Blaster here, trying to find a beat against the Norskin Giants. Going to have a hard time. Ogres have done a pretty good job just in general, though, of securing that objective. A lot of Norskin's resources were kind of put out into this space, which they have captured both of these objectives effectively, but we'll see. Giants holding out. Oh man, look at these spears too. Imagine being one of these Marauder spears right now. You're basically just like fully surrounded by, what is it, 24 ogres on literal dinosaurs. Like, you know, not quite, but you get it. Oh man, like literally the size of a house. That's just absolutely wild. Nice throwing daggers, too. Good contact on the Giant from the Gnoblar Trappers here. They're making their presence felt, certainly. This other Giant, though, coming through, beating up some Ogres and trying to re-secure this objective. So Puggington taking a nice value lead now. He's managed to kind of flip that back. And the Skinwolves in the back line going after Lead Belchers. This is a very ideal situation for Skinwolves. They can utilize their speed, their anti-large bonus, their non-AP damage to beat down some of these Lead Belchers. Interesting to see some monstrous infantry kind of bopping each other up. Yep, already flipped into a triple cap for Norska. Almost, not quite, but getting close. We'll see. The Giant's definitely threatening up here, but capture weight-wise, he can't do this on his own. Meanwhile, this other Giant here is definitely struggling. He's got some value. He's almost 1,000 damage value up, but the anti-large bonus of those Mornfangs is helping. They also got a nice Butcher to keep their vigor refreshed and to give them a huge amount of healing as well. So looking tough. Looking tough, actually. Rangers starting to scrap back here and get some nice positional situations. Norska's overextending a little bit here, trying to kind of press into the back line. But, yes. Come on, Balefiend. You can do it. Oh, the friendly fire Iron Blaster. Oh, that was disgusting. Oh, man. That literally just shattered that Iron Blaster. That was a very, very unfortunate friendly fire situation there. Blue on blue incident, if you will. Or, yeah, anyway. Big on big, if you will. Giant up here, despite taking all that damage, still manages to finish off the Mornfang Cavalry on leadership. Ice Wolves chasing some routing bulls there. Norska's looking really good. Puggington is not taking any prisoners today. Definitely not leaving anything up to chance. Just full court press at all times. You know, all across the field. There's so much going on here. Chasing routing units, just pressuring, blocking. Even up on the high ground here. Eventually this Giant does get some spear support, gets some javelin support, and is more than able to seize this objective. So yeah, Ranger now down 2,000 plus triple capped. That is a big 4-0 oof. I agree, Spellbound. Well, I would say that the marks need to be balanced against each other if they're going to be the same price, because right now they are not even balanced against each other, which is a problem. Huggington banking 2,000 resources. Yeah, on top of the crazy lead that he has on the field. Can use that on some armored Skinwolves here in order to keep up the pressure. Ogres are making a little bit of a counterattack here. They've got some forces together for a little push. The Saber Tusks came and captured this low ground objective and are now sweeping up the pressure here, but yeah, no one told the Saber Tusks that so far we don't have any Werecats in this game. We do have Weredogs though, so in the classic dogs versus cats matchup, dogs right now in Total War Warhammer, I would say, have an advantage. Who knows? Maybe if we get, you know, Tigermen at some point in association with maybe Ind. I don't know. Yeah, maybe at that point the Skinwolves will have some better competition in terms of anthropomorphic cats and dogs battling. But for the time being, right now, dogs have the advantage. They're going to now move in. And again, I don't know why. I just love monstrous infantry duking it out. Let's see. Let's see here. Norskin Giant is getting low, but the leadership on Giants is so high that this thing is likely to fight to the absolute finish here. Iron Blaster getting a point-blank blast, trying to get back. But, yeah, it's too much. Norskins are too far ahead. They've got a very dominant position. And Puggington is going to go up 2-0 on the series. So, last series we had a crazy back and forth. This one is threatening to be a sweep. We'll see. Let's see if Ranger is able to get back in the driver's seat here on the next one. And let's go ahead and get to the picks and bans real quick. I get them prepared. Okay. Yes, that's correct. And for this next one here, we've got Puggington picking Coast, High Elves, and Wood Elves, banning Skaven. Ranger picks Bretonia, no bans. So let's go ahead and grab the replay, and we'll see how they get on. And do this, and a bit of this, and that. And it looks like it's going to be Coast versus Bretonia. So let's go ahead and update that. Perfection. Looks like we're going to have some Silostra action. Hopefully some hot giant crab. I know I'm hungry for some crab and some halberd zombies, some basic zombies, some bomb zombies. No crab, actually. Very risky. Take the ghost lady in ghost form, given Bretonia's predilection for magic damage, but we'll see. We've got the Regiment of Renown Prometheans. Lampy's Revenge. Lamp Revenge. Anyway, for Bretonia, again, we see the Peasant Lord unsummon right at the start of the battle to prevent the Lord. Lost leadership debuff. Prophetess of Heavens now comes out. 2 Blessed Field Trebuchets, 5 Archers, 5 Foot Squires, Knights of the Lion-Hearted, and some Peasant Mobs. So, this is, again, the one with the spawn points. The Crater of Gross, or whatever it's called. Crater of Sick. So we'll see. I would expect Bretonia, given their mobility advantage and their sort of desire to control that, they're going to try and capture this side objective just to open up more flanking opportunity to attack all the objectives, but we'll see. We shall see. Certainly odd to not see, like, Henri or Fey Enchantress. Dancel does not actually, does she? Yeah, she does not actually have magic damage, so it's not like she could even run in herself and start to try and beat up Ilustra. But let's see how they get on. Fast forward a little bit as both players kind of patiently make their approach here. Oh, here we go. Here's a flying character. It's a paladin, and look at that. The damn Knights Errant immediately summoned in the back line. They're going to be charging through pure armor piercing damage with that charge bonus of 54. You would think that they would just absolutely murderize, but I don't know if they actually had a charge order on those Foot Squires, but regardless, they are going to get in here and do a little bit of disruption and damage. And then did Silostra just immediately get unsummoned? It looks like she did. So I guess the whole point here with Silostra with the summons, we'll have to check on the cost of that after the fact, but I guess she's just literally just buying Knights Errant every time they come out, but it's not like the Knights Errant did a whole lot on that first go-around. I mean, they did a couple 100 points worth of value damage to a Foot Squire. Yeah, overall, not that much damage. But hard to say if that ended up being worth it or not. It was maybe like 900 to 1,000 damage all said and done, which is pretty good, actually. I mean, that's more than a regular Foot Squire would get on just a frontal face charge like that, so we'll see. Blessed Trebuchet is going to rain. Holy water in here. Blessed bathwater of the lady. Raining down righteous justice, and the bats pushing through it. Bats are going to try and get in the back line here, no doubt, and silence some of these archers. Maybe go silence some of those trebuchets. Yep, looks like we got a couple of bats going for trebuchets, a couple of bats going for archers. 5 bats on the field right now, which is a significant amount of flying power, but also allows Puggington to come in and shut down these missile units. He can also bait the Bretonian cavalry away from other engagements, like while his zombies get into this front line and start to mix things up here. The knights aren't going to be interrupting so rudely that situation there. Defenders of the Fleur-de-Lis here. Knights of the Lion-Hearted here, both trying to push back those bats, but how well is it going to end up working? Hard to say. We have some bomber bats. Did I see bomber bats somewhere? Maybe. Yeah, over here. There we go. Getting chased around by the paladin, but even still, trying to find a home to explode some of Bretonia's ranged Will they be able to do so? Yes, they will. Nice grenade damage there. Nothing too crazy. But they're also, you know, distracting the Paladin, keeping him away from other more high-value targets. Looks like Silostra's coming in for another Night Drop. Try and get another Knights Errant summon here. If we take a look, does have another use refilled. So confirm that strategy for Puggington. Very interesting one. And kind of is fun, actually, against Bretonnia to see Vampire Coast use their own Bretonian Knights, right? Unfortunately, you can't take the damned Paladins anymore, but looking good. Looking good. Bombers continuing to run in the back line. Looks like the Lore of Heaven's Damsel is casting some spells. I saw a little lightning strike there in the back line. Take a look at her value briefly. 59. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, value trade-wise, Rangers doing a good job of just staying out ahead on value lead, but of course, Bugnington playing Undead really doesn't care too much about that. Got a significant, huge secure on objective number 1. Objective number 2 is in his control, and I'm surprised Ranger hasn't utilized his cavalry to go for a flank attack and try and take this position. Likewise, if he has the Regiment of Renown Knights, yeah, I don't see the Knights Lion-Hearted. I was going to say, Knights Lion-Hearted really need to come give a charge on those Sirens to deal magic damage. Try and shut down that unit very quickly. But let's see. Lamprey's Revenge coming through now. There's so many zombies. This is such a beautiful blob for the Fey-Enchantress to potentially be draining. Ooh, instead, we've got this Prophetess who's going to be casting some spells here. Nice lightning strike right there. Manages to get a little bit of damage in. Again, though, probably Dwellers would have been a better choice. I don't know. What do you guys think in terms of this character selection here? Certainly, I'm not the one playing in this World Championship, but there's been a few head scratchers for Bretonnia so far. Yeah, 450. Okay, so it's 450 for just Silostra with the summon. If they ever nerf the refund on unsummon, it probably won't be a thing. It's true. I think that resummoning should not refill those limited use abilities, but that's just me. Yeah, I mean, you say Bretonnia will never flip that center objective, and you're probably right, but they don't have to. They can just go capture this side objective and pressure this other side, and Buggington will be forced to respond in kind, you know? Right now, the Dire Wolves, Scurvy Dogs, are able to get in there and briefly stop the capture, but, yeah, once the Foot Squires get into combat with them, that will turn back around. Oh, man. And go back in Ranger's favor, but oof! Oh, the bombs! Oh, the bombing grenade throw right onto those archers for Bretonnia. Fire's also taking some very significant damage. You would have gone with Aranessa here. That's an interesting choice. Aranessa's just the worst. I mean, she's a literal non-undead unit on an undead faction, which is just hilarious. But anyway. Let's see. Huggington starting to fall behind on value lead. Rangers managing to punch back pretty hard here. So, I guess Rangers giving himself a chance to come back into this. That said, Puggington does have a slight advantage on number of units on the field, although that is fading fairly fast as some of these units start to disintegrate. But hey, Puggington, thanks for dropping by. It's been awesome. Awesome watching you play so far. So let's see how this series pans out. Got the shotguns in here. Nice. Not every day you see the hand cannons for the zombies. They're going to give a volley and then immediately get charged in the face, which is kind of to be expected, but some animated Hulks are going to try and defend them, get them back online and shooting. Meanwhile, these Scurvy Dogs have been doing a great job just trolling, just rolling around this objective, trying to not get killed by Foot Squires. They've managed to hold that objective for quite some time. Oh, excuse me. But the question is, if they could pull the foot squires off of the objective fully, then they could perhaps hold it even better. But now, Puggington finally has the resources to deploy some animated hulks, get some more units in there, try and beat up those foot squires and hold it old school. I say hold it. He's going to have to actually recapture it because it does look like Bretonnia finally executed the cap. And these players have just kind of been fluttering back and forth in terms of army damage value. Not one player has been able to seize a decisive lead so far, so...
One of your units has been destroyed.
Arnessa, Gunnery, Karab, RORs, and Unholy Goon Squad. It is. It definitely is. Gooning is less effective, though, in domination than in land battles, but still can be effective. Eat the crab out of enemy lord. Yes. Definitely. Definitely can work. The question is here, can Puggington's strategy work to get him back in this game? I mean, I say get him back in this game. It's not like he ever left. But right now, he's behind slightly on objective captures, not on tickets. Look at this. Knights of the Lionhearted back for more. More Knights of the Realm as well, just running amok in the back line of the Vampire Coast. This is definitely a problem. And coming from experience, Bretonnian cavalry and lance formation can run through zombies like they're not even there. But they will take damage in the process. Big think. Big think. Certainly, Vampire Coast's at little risk of losing the center objective. They've got the Lamprey's Revenge on top of all of that spam of cheap infantry. Question is, can they get value onto this objective fast enough here on this side in order to actually capture it back? Yeah, beautiful sandwich charge. It's true. Ranger's been having some really nice cavalry micro so far, keeping his cavalry moving, hitting different targets, not allowing the Vampire Coast a moment of rest. Yeah, I agree, Spellbound. It's one of the coolest buffs they've ever given Bretonnia. Mass is such an important stat these days. More important probably now than it's ever been in the past. So to have the Lance Formation just give a direct mass buff, that's super, super awesome. Getting to a pretty critical mid-game point here where Puggington really is going to need to get that objective back. I mean, he's still got some time to work with here, but he definitely needs to try and get it back sooner rather than later. On the other side, Ranger needs to keep attacking with his cavalry, keep staying aggressive, and not allowing Puggington to group enough value to take this objective. But I don't know if he's going to be able to stop it at this point. Another bombardment coming in. Lightning strike there. Does a little bit of damage. Nothing too crazy. But Ranger never took the cap for the closer summons, right? That's correct. Yeah, neither player bothered to take the cap for the closer summons, which is interesting. I don't know. Probably would have helped to just get cavalry immediately into Coast's backline, but it looks like Puggington managed to stabilize his defense, push back Bretonnia's cavalry, and now is in a very good defensive position. So we'll kind of fast forward through this third quarter here as both players kind of regroup. Get ready for another offensive push. And here we go. Defenses of the Fleur-de-Lis pushing in here. We've got the Paladins also fighting, scrapping, trying to get rid of that Lamprey's Revenge, but they have held beautifully. And the Bretonnian Cavalry also looking for opportunities, finishing off some very tattered units, which is nice, but not quite tactically as useful as maybe even retreating those cavalry and trying to heal them back up, get them back on the field. Puggington, again, taking a very slight value lead. Man, this has been one of the craziest back and forth games in terms of value lead changes. Very close in terms of score as well, obviously. Victory score at the end of the day. But right now, Puggington looks like he's going to be closing this series out. I'm not sure yet. Ranger definitely has a chance, but Puggington stays smart about his macro and his summons. He should be able to maintain for the victory here. He's got pretty commanding positions on both of these with multiple units supporting, multiple Hulks. Well, he's got the one Hulk in the Lampreys here with some zombies, multiple Hulks over here with zombies, including some zombie halberds to protect against cavalry. And yeah, I think Puggington's pretty much got this in the bag. Let's fast forward a little bit. I do have a lot of games to get through today, so fast forward the replay just ever so slightly. Bomber's going to fly through to do some good damage there. And, you know, Ranger's trying his best to get these objectives. He does manage to accrue quite a bit of capture weight on the center, but it's not quite enough. And Puggington takes the series on a 3-0 sweep. So from a, you know, 5 series scrap to a 3-0 sweep. That's just how the game goes sometimes. That's no, you know, disrespect to a Ranger here. He definitely played his heart out, played his best he could, but, you know, sometimes you just come up against a buzzsaw like Reginald Puggington here with almost 400 kills on Lamprey's Revenge. Insane value. Love to see the hand cannons doing well also, as opposed to just bomber spam for days. Multiple summons on Silostra. Unfortunately, we don't get to see the value of those summons, but I'm going to trust that they were cost effective. Sirene's also helping out. Animated Hulks probably need like a plus 100 cost increase if I'm being honest, but hey, let's not tell anyone quite yet. Non-expendable undead strike again. I know, right? Peasant mobs here. We've got foot squires and so forth. So, yeah, most things for Bretonnia end up being okay. I mean, the foot squires trade all right. Peasant bowmen trade all right. But mobs over 100 values, nice to see. Knights the Lion-Hearted also traded nicely. I mean, value-wise, there's not a lot to criticize here for Bretonnia. It's just the magic selection, I think, was wrong. I think you needed life instead of heavens. And just take the Fanchantress for Blob Drain, especially in domination against a faction like Vampire Coast. Just take the Fanchantress for Blob Drain. Anyway, that's it for this series. Let's go ahead and let's see what we've got queued up next. Okay. Bear with me just 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. All right, as you saw there, Houseplant and Pugington will now be facing off in the next round. I believe that's tomorrow. But for now, we'll be moving on to... Hang on. This, right? Sorry. Did correctly. This here, and okay, that should be better now. So yes, we've got Yucklin versus Heisey. Global bans are Dark Elves, Vampire Counts, Ogre Kingdoms, and Slanesh. Yucklin's going to start out the picking with Dwarfs, Skaven, and Coast, banning Empire. Icy picks Wood Elves, bans Dwarfs, and Yucklin responds with the Skaven. So let's get on over to it as we load in here. Yes, we're getting a really good variety of factions today, guys, so far, which is nice. Has been some factions on repeat, certainly, but we've also got, 3 out of the 4 human factions. We've got all the elves now. We've got Skaven. We've got Ogre Kingdoms. We've got all the different undead types. A little bit of chaos. Certainly Norska and Khorne. Now, here we've got the Skaven versus Wood Elves. A fun matchup and a classic matchup from Warhammer 2. Let's see what they brought to the field here. Of course, Yucklin going with the Unsummoned Lord instantly tactic. He's got Rat Ogres here. Did he actually bring a Chieftain? He does have a Chieftain on a Rat Ogre, who's now going to be the Lord. Give a permanent map-wide leadership buff here from that power grab. Gorich is also here to act as a very strong single entity power piece. He's also got this Evisceration, which is an insanely strong localized vortex that can do quite a bit of damage. He's got the Natty Bubo's Sharpshooters, a couple of Rat Ogres, Plague, Priest, or Greyseer rather, of Plague as the actual Lord here. Interesting. On foot for a nice cheap summon. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Heisey coming in with Dryka. Got some War Dancers, multiple War Dancers who recently got a cost reduction, now only 750, much more cost effective, especially when compared to something like Plague Monks. Got some Dryads in the front line, Eternal Guards out on the flanks, and some Glade Guards in the center. Looks like Wild Riders with shields, got a Spellsinger of Beasts, and pretty much it. Yucklin gonna be too few Jezzails, too few Globes. Not sure what the plan is here. In terms of damage output, I kind of agree with you. I mean, he might be over-relying on Gorich here to be his damage dealer, but yeah, besides, I mean, the Rat Ogres are a little bit of a damage dealer as well, I guess, but not a lot to actually punch the Wood Elves hard here, which is surprising. But the Clan Rats do have shields. They're going to start to eat some arrows here. Gorich money had to come from somewhere. It's true, although you didn't need to bring Clan Rats with shields. You could have cut at least 4 of them. 2 spears, 2 swords, and brought some globes for sure. But globes did get more expensive in the last patch, so kind of understandable. But let's see. Let's see these War Dancers attack. Come on, War Dancers. There's nothing stopping you. The Rat Ogres could potentially countercharge in a little bit, but you've got the Eternal Guards and the bows to back you up, so yeah, let's see this big frontal charge. Come on, Wood Elves. Come on, Treekins. Forest Spirits and Pointy Ears, unite. Yes, come on. Let's see these Dryads charge on in. Skaven's bracing for impact. War Dancers also getting in here. I don't know if they actually had a charge order right there, but they are at least getting into combat. Oh man, there's the damage dealer. Okay, Avalanche Mortar now reveals itself is going to do horrendous damage to 1 unit of War Dancers there. So, yeah, he was saving that in reserve, I guess. Wild Riders are going to try and turn the flank here and get on some of these weapons teams before they deal too much devastating damage Another nice volley there, killing Skaven and Elves in equal measure, but of course, Skaven's lives are worth much less than the Elves, so there you go. Eagle's going to try and make an attack here as well, but let's see that so far, I mean, even with just KOing 2 War Dancers, this thing is pretty much paid for itself already. We also see on the opposite side, a dreaded 13th is going to explode some more War Dancers and summon Storm Vermin on those Eternal Guards there. So you're asking, like, hey, where's the damage going to come from? And there's your answer. It's from a lot of different sources, actually. Hidden Mortars, spells, Rat Ogres also contributing quite nicely here, alongside Gorich and the Chieftain, clean a lot of these units up. The Great Eagle even being pushed back now as well. So although the Skaven definitely suffered initially on that frontal engagement, and the Wood Elves have taken a points lead on the victory objectives, so far Yuklin is taking a significant value lead, and time will tell if he's able to translate that into an actual victory. But yeah, Avalanche. The routing War Dancers were headed towards the top point. The Wild Riders also could easily just run over there for a few seconds and capture that objective. It would definitely benefit Heisey to do so in order to try and maintain some kind of lead here as Yuklin starts to counter push. But Heisey's not going quietly. Definitely punching back. Rika's doing her best, getting some summons, and the War Dancers, even though they've taken horrific damage, they are still Elves with decent leadership at the end of the day, and still punch through, clean up those Rat Ogres, clean up some of those other tattered units in the back line. The Eagles supporting here is also super clutch. They might not be doing that much damage, but just their presence alone is enough to help swing those fights, swing some of that bad Skaven leadership. His ability does more or less one-shot cavalry if you get the timing of it right. It's a little bit tricky sometimes, especially against faster cavalry, to get it perfectly, on point. But yes, Gorich is a nice response for cavalry rushes for sure. Question is, will it end up mattering? Hard to say. Yuklin right now did manage to penetrate through far enough to get onto one objective to cap it. Gorich and the Chieftain are also together just kind of bullying poor Drika right now. They both are armor piercing, and Gorich also has direct anti-infantry bonus and 70 melee attack. So yeah, look at that big old chunk of Drika's HP coming off there. And it's not going to be a comfortable situation for her as time goes on here. But let's see. Again, the Skaven right now are having a hard time capitalizing on their value lead, and the value lead is even starting to decay slightly. Heisey has managed to stabilize it around 2,000 points without taking too much more unnecessary value damage. But look at this. Wild Riders way overextended in the back line here. Going to get dragged down. Got Ixchia's Triads in here with the concealment bombs. They're able to get in those Wild Riders mostly unnoticed. Start to drag them down. So nice plays from the Skaven here to maintain things, but also some nice plays from the Wood Elves. They're keeping up the pressure. Managed to shut down the weapons teams, and the Gracier also getting bullied now by an Eagle. Oh, good stuff. There's the situation where Wood Elves can nicely win on cab mobility in the long run. Definitely true. Definitely true. But we'll see. I mean, Skaven value lead right now is significant, but it is dropping. Heisey's managed to get it down to almost 1,000, which is quite impressive. Yeah, Skaven need their formation to some degree, and I would agree. Right now, the Wood Elves are doing a great job at disrupting the Skavens and not allowing, like, their power units to really get set. Like, the Avalanche Mortars did crazy damage initially, but actually didn't end up typically paying for themselves, just in terms of raw damage output. Like, here are a couple of Clan Rats, which I don't believe Clan Rats have expendable capture weight. Do they? They don't count as expendables, so I don't think so. Yeah, dreaded 13th being used on the Dryads there. Is that what? Summon Dryads? No, just regular Dryads. Just in general. It's interesting, too. Gorich and the Chieftain, if they get stuck, like right now, they've been fighting some Eternal Guards for a while, which is fairly inefficient for them. They're taking some very cheap anti-large armor-piercing damage, and both heroes now getting fairly well borne down. So It's interesting, you know, High C initially things were looking pretty rough in terms of value trade, but has managed to claw back and now is basically even in terms of army damage value, which I think means Yuklin is toast. Yeah, the top is still unclaimed. It's true. High C could have claimed this and been, you know, like maybe to 1,000 points already. But is still technically holding both of these objectives. Look at that, just barely holding that objective ever so slightly. Skaven finally starting to push through, but High C is getting more units on the field. Man, something just did a lot of damage to those Eternal Guards. What was that, the Avalanche Mortars? The fact that the Avalanche Mortars are still alive with enough unit models online to contribute is definitely a problem, though. They've got half their unit models online. 95 kills, are now closing in on paying for themselves. Yeah, that's tough. High C not quite able to finish them off, but can Yuklin press? And will the lack of capture on the high ground come back to bite either player? Right now, neither player is choosing to capture that objective, but yeah, it's true. Yuklin does need to triple cap in order to win here. And it looks like he will be able to do so without too much issue. Oh, man. Those Death Runners? Yeah, Death Runners coming through here. The Avalanche Mortars finally getting free and just absolutely committing war crimes against the Wood Elves here. Oh, and against their own Death Runners. I mean, that last shot was 100% Death Runners. That did not hit the War Dancers at all. That's a risk of being a Skaven, I guess. You know, just how things go sometimes. But let's see here. I guess right now with the 2 cap, with no one controlling this neutral location still, Yuklin's getting poised. Icy's not getting any points, but that should change shortly as these Dryads finish capping that. Yeah, since they went with the Avalanche instead of the 3 globes, I agree. The Eagle has ended up being a pretty nice pick, and also, like here, the Eagle, it looks like, is going to try and dive and finish the Chieftain, which is a pretty smart move, honestly. It can utilize its high charge to come in, get a couple of big hits, potentially, on the Chieftain, break his relatively poor leadership, and if you can get the Chieftain off the field, get that suspiciously loyal trait off, that is going to be nice. It'll basically be like sniping the Skaven's Lord, more or less. You'll get, like, get rid of that permanent leadership buff, so great dive from the Eagle there. Yeah, High C punching back now and is looking to reclaim multiple objectives, and with at least 2, maybe even just with 1 objective reclaimed, High C is going to be in a very good position here. But right now, looking like they're going to be able to claim all 3 objectives. So yeah, I love the forward pressure from the Wood Elves, and look at this, High C now ahead 1,500 damage value. So the Wood Elves definitely turning things around, continuing to scrap and pressure, and just that fast attack. Too much for the Skaven to handle. Their units are just continuously falling apart at this point. They've got less units on the field than the Wood Elves technically, and those units are much less healthy. Yeah. Almost looked like a triple cap for a second for Yuklin, but I'm not sure. I think Icy's got this bagged. Oh yeah, the Eagle's there. Where Eagle's there. Anyway, great Iron Maiden song, by the way, in case you're wondering. Question is, how much longer will Yuklin try and press his luck here? I mean, he does have the 1 objective secured, but things are just looking great. We'll fast forward a little bit as Wood Elf Cavalry moves to clean up Skaven in various positions. Get some Doppelganger summons here, Ixcha's Triads. Rat Ogres coming through. We've got some Plan Rat Spears, some more cheap chaff coming through. But still no one has claimed this high ground objective. They've still just been contesting it now the whole time. Neither player has been able to actually capture it, so sad end to the Rat Street boys. I mean, it's not technically over yet, but it is pretty much over. I mean, High C is now ahead 2,000 damage value. So, let's choose. Right. Yes, this is now a musical, guys. Anyway, it's hilarious to me how slow those Death Runners are actually capturing that objective because there's so few of them. Anyway. Interesting, and suddenly again, Skaven have recapped an objective, almost. Not quite. But if that Dryad runs out of steam, it'll be bad. Rat Ogres also are in a position to continue to come support, but Eternal Guards are moving in with Dryads. You've got the Blade Guards as well. No Hagbane tips. Would have been nice to see, perhaps. Do Rat Ogres have physical resistance? Not. Sometimes I think they do, but I always get them confused with Skin Wolves. Oh, we'll see. Right now, it's still anyone's game, I guess, but technically, yeah. I was gonna say, I don't know that Yucklin has a lot of chance to win that. Looks like you're gonna throw in the towel there. And High C takes the win for the Wood Elves. So let's go ahead and update this here. Elves take the win. Just perfect. Let's get to next one. Bear with me just a second, guys. Get the next picks and bans locked in. And we're moving right along, guys. We are moving right along. I love this format because I can just cruise through games, get a ton of content out in a very dense manner. So here we go. Next up, High C's on the pick 3, which is Norska, Tomb Kings, Warriors of Chaos, bans Empire. Yucklin gonna pick Bretonnia and ban the Warriors of Chaos. Let's see what High C responds with. It's like it's gonna be the Tomb Kings. So more Bretonnia and more Tomb Kings. Two factions we've seen a bit of today. I did expect to see Tomb Kings as much Bretonnia, though. But not that I'm angry about it, certainly. Love me some quality Bretonnia games, but definitely was not expecting them to get this much love in a domination tournament. Like I said, definitely not mad about it. Let's go ahead and transition on over to the road to Val's Anvil once again. Yucklin's Bretonnia. Finally, we see the Fey Enchantress. That's actually good, though. You know, 3 games of Bretonnia. This is the first time we're seeing the Fey Enchantress. That's fantastic. Got some Foot Squires here. We've got Battle Pilgrims, Holy Wardens. So just, you know, fairly sensible on that front. More up here, more Battle Pilgrims and Foot Squires. Yeah, what is that, like 5 Squires, 5 Pilgrims? Makes sense. And then the Fey Enchantress and a single unit of Knights Errant. Excuse me, for Tomb Kings, they're going for a slightly different approach. He's got some auxiliaries here. Chosen the Gods, Ushati Great Bows, Casket of Souls, some Chariots coming in, and of course a spam of infantry, which is to be expected, but maybe not quite as egregious of an infantry spam as we might have otherwise thought. But Skeleton Horsemen Archers coming in. We've got some Nekakara Horsemen as well, so looking good, folks. Good. Let's take a look here. Right now, Chosen the Gods firing at the one semi-expensive target on the field, which is the Knights Errant. Although I will say, Knights Errant are basically the same cost as the Foot Squires, right? So I guess Foot Squires may be slightly cheaper, but still, it's not exactly great. Yeah, oh man, those Chosen of the Gods just devastate Knights Errant before they're even able to get into combat at all. That is an unfortunate situation for Bretonnia, but acceptable losses and all that. As long as the rest of these units can get into the fight relatively unharmed. I will say, though, the Pilgrims missing their charge is pretty painful. They do have a 20 charge bonus, which is significant enough. Okay, it looks like that unit did get a charge order at the last second there, which is nice. Pilgrims definitely want that high charge Frenzy Infantry to get its charge bonus as much as possible. Enchantress also rushes in, going to be starting some nice AoE drain effects, hitting a whole bunch of units with that Miss of the Lady. Maybe. There we go. Now it's active. Should be. No? You not take Miss of the Lady? What? What? Hold on. Wait, no. That's not correct. Why would you ever do that? That has to be a mistake. Yeah, okay, so that's a huge mistake. I don't know why you would ever do that, but for whatever reason, Yucklin here has cut the Miss of the Lady from the Enchantress, which again, like, yes, Dwellers is powerful, don't get me wrong, but without Miss of the Lady, there's not a lot of point in taking the Enchantress. Oops. That's a huge oops. That's a potentially game-losing oops. Although, I will say, right now, Bretonnia has a full triple cap. They're slightly behind on value, but not too far behind on value. Phaedra is going to have to be careful, though. She's getting Spear Leeched, and it looks like the Ushabti summon is about to surround her. Pretty close. Yeah, with the Horseman now and the Ushabti, she is technically surrounded. I don't think she's going to be able to get out of that. So we'll see. The Enchantress might be in some serious trouble there, but let's kind of take a look at a wide view once again. Battle Pilgrims, Foot Squires, cutting through skeletons, no problem. Seeing them off the field, up on the high ground here, completely unthreatened by Nehekara warriors. Foot Squires are doing a great job of just holding out. Yeah, it is. You can cut the Mortis effect if you screw up, although I think it's defaulted to on, so I don't know exactly the thought process there, but a little bit of a bound Comet from the Enchantress is going to do some damage, certainly, and the overextension of the back line, those Knights Errant get punished pretty hard, and are going to get seen off the field. Heisey now with a 2,000 damage value lead. The question is, can Heisey translate this into success against a strong infantry force? Because, like, yes, Casket, Shabti, Regiment Renown will help against the infantry. Just between the two of those, they probably could clean up quite a bit of the infantry that's left on the field here. But at the same time, there's a lot to have to deal with. Bretonnia can keep bringing in their own units and keep forward pressuring as well. So, tough to say. Tough to say. Right now, Yucklin is just dominating on the objectives. Oh, here come the Kepler Guard, though. Unsupported is risky for sure. I don't know if that's going to be the greatest trade for them, but they'll probably end up winning out that engagement. We'll see. Doom Kings still about a 2,000 damage value lead. And starting to punish Bretonnia's hubris and overextensions, but we'll see. Yep, Bretonnia just absolutely raffle stomps one unit of Skeleton Warriors, moves on to the next one. I mean, despite the value lead, Yucklin's having a hard time capitalizing. Icy's doing a great job of playing forward from the objectives and not allowing the Tomb Kings to get into range, at least so far, but that's all about to change. Tomb Kings now have significant forces moving into range on that objective. Same thing over here. They've got enough units moving in, they should be able to start to contest. Kepler Guard are winning up on this high ground. Yeah, I mean, they definitely have enough stats to just beat up the Foot Squires straight up. No problems there, so... Tomb Kings are suddenly threatening. Hey, what's up? What's up, real human being? Better than Faye without Mortis, yeah. little bit more Spirit Leech there on some cavalry, some summons to block them as well. Keep those Knights Errant away from the Chosen of the Gods and allow them to continue shooting. Allow the Casket to continue shooting, even if it does miss on 100% of its shots like that. Oh, man. Painful. Let's see. Certainly not as much pain as the Tomb Kings are experiencing. They are now in triple cap territory. So, Icy's going to have to capitalize on the closing in on 3,000 point lead now in terms of army damage value and get a triple cap, but does look like they're going to be able to do so. We'll see, but right now things are looking a bit grim. Knights of the Lion-Hearted trying to pull the Kepler Guard away, perhaps. Nope. Just turn around and charge them. Unbraced Kepler Guard getting tossed through the grapevines here. Man, that casket shot does a decent amount of damage, but then the Foot Squires and the Pilgrims start to filter through as well. Nice cycle charge on Lance formation, but here comes the Necropolis Knights with halberds, might I add. Going to be a scary unit for Bretonnia to have to deal with, and Knights of the Lionheart are going to need to run the heck away from that. We'll see. I don't know that Yucklin's going to be able to defend that one objective. Almost a 4,000 damage value lead now. So yeah, Yucklin over the past couple minutes hasn't got that much damage value out and has been taking it on the chin in terms of receiving damage value. Always take this of the lady. Something like that, huh? Maybe just for you, know me. Yeah, 3,000 damage value lead. They should be able to triple cap, but right now they haven't been able to. Those Knights of the Lion-Hearted actually defending, or at least running away enough from the Necropolis Knights. They also did enough damage to the Kepler Guard to kind of swing some of these fights to help them be a little bit more even. Got more Knights of the Realm now coming through, and look at this double collapse onto the Necropolis Knights. They are now going to be suffering pretty badly in this engagement. I mean, even though the Knights Lion-Hearted are non-AP, technically, they're anti-large and high charge, just makes them great in a situation like this. But, oh man, perhaps a huge tactical blunder by Yucklin is going to hang these Foot Squires out to dry when they had a local advantage with those Battle Pilgrims. And that allows the Tomb Kings to now move in with another unit of Nehekara Warriors and perhaps actually cap that objective, which is potentially disastrous for Yucklin. If that objective falls, then that's going to be game blouses. But at the same time, Yucklin has managed to accrue enough value in the center to recapture this objective. So they've just got to hold on to one for long enough, which long enough would be about, yeah, 450 seconds, 475 seconds. You do the math, however long that is. Faye is about to die, but who cares because she doesn't have a Mortis effect, so just a caster lord at that point with a funny little bound comet. Leadership-wise, it could be tough for Bretonnia if she actually does die off, but yeah. Yes. Battle Pilgrims taking a nice charge from some chariots there. The Hekara Horsemen to follow up immediately. Man, I'm getting sleepy. It's been a heck of a tournament day so far, guys. We've got one more series after this, I think, which is only, I mean, there's 8 series. I would be here literally until midnight if I was casting all of them. So, IC has a 5,000 damage value lead and is still losing. I mean, that's a thing when you're fighting against Bretonnia in domination, because they're a Cav-focused faction. Their mobility oftentimes can dictate, even at a significant value disadvantage, they can still kind of dictate and hold objectives in ways that other factions would struggle to because of that great mobility. Like you can see here, Bretonnia is defending this objective with cavalry, and the Knights of the Realm here are doing a great job of it too. They're pushing back enemy cavalry, they're charging down light infantry. Yeah, low value units tend to have high capture weight for the most part, up until you get expendable units, which applies to both of these factions to a degree. But we'll see. Tomb Kings, I think, are finally, with these infantry coming to roost, are finally going to get enough value to actually capture this objective. And they do have time to do so. They've still got, you know, what, 3 minutes? 4 minutes, even, to capture this objective, potentially. So, plenty of time. I mean, you say 5,000, but I think this is where it's all falls apart. You can see Yuklin only has 8 units compared to High Seas 20. That value lead is finally actually coming through into objective captures here as the Tomb Kings move in to finish off this last objective. So, 5,000, surely he could just overrun the map, and he is currently doing so. He is currently doing so. I mean, Yuklin's been pressuring back, punching back, you know, outmaneuvering and scrapping this whole time, but yeah, part of it is, you know, macro, micro, concentration, decision making, all of that goes into it, certainly. But look at this again. This is what I'm talking about. Even Bretonnia seemingly to be completely out of this, because Tomb Kings aren't defending with any actual infantry here. They don't have anything on this objective. In fact, they've reallocated everything off. It's one mounted yeoman can come in and start to cap this objective, all cheeky on the side. And, yeah, if they can actually get this objective captured, that's going to be hilarious. And it will put Yuklin into a little bit of a weird position where it's forced to reallocate all of his powerful mobile resources all the way across the other side of the battlefield, and it does look like he's going to be able to capture this, perhaps. We'll see. More cavalry coming through, trying to block the infantry from getting onto the objective, but no. Looks like the Tomb Kings were able to just barely get enough unit models on to hold that objective, and looks like High Sea is going to be going up 2-0 on the series. Let's fast forward a little bit through this end game here as more infantry comes through for Bretonnia. Yeah, no, at this point there's way too much value for the Tomb Kings there to be able to recapture. 5,000, almost 6,000 damage value lead for High Sea. So Yuklin's going to try their best, come back in here and finish this off, but ultimately it's a doomed effort. To a degree, Nerexa, yes. I mean, certainly we saw in a previous game how the Tomb Kings could play the objectives and almost just win purely based on that, but the Dark Elves were able to win that one out in the end. Yeah, I think pretty grim. Great job to the Tomb Kings player. Agreed. High Sea's been playing very well. And I'm going to, as they're finishing this up here, we can go ahead and update the scoreboard and give High Sea another point. And there it is. So up 2-0 on the series. Bretonnia making a valiant effort, but just the tide of Tomb Kings is too much, especially when those ranged units, ranged kind of anti-infantry artillery are able to contribute very nicely. Yeah, Tomb Guards, Chariots, man, 270 kills, rather, 276, 2,400 damage value. Great job by those Chariots. Just hitting tons of cheap infantry and mid-tier infantry for Bretonnia. Foot Squires struggle to perform in many cases. I mean, they're decent units, but they're still not that great at the end of the day. Same with Pilgrims. Yeah, tough draw for Bretonnia, but let's go ahead and get to the next replay. Let's see here. Okay. This, that. Okay. Here, we'll do the next picks and bans. Potentially the last picks and bans for this series if High C finishes things off here. Yucklin, in order to come back, needs to win with Korn, Warriors of Chaos, or Vampire Coast. High C's going to pick Empire and ban Warriors of Chaos. So that means it's either going to be Korn or a Coast against the Empire. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the replay shows. It looks like Coast versus Empire. So let's go ahead and jump in on that. Get the factions updated quickly. And already, I will say, High C has won my heart by bringing Senor Gaston here. Is definitely the best lord in the game. Got a war wagon, couple of knights, some huntsmen, some flagellants, some crossbows, some swordsmen, some spearmen, and some archers. So a really nice combined arms empire army on the start. Silostra with some animated hulks here. We've got deckhands, we've got fleet captain, bombers, and handguns. So reasonably sensible force from Vampire Coast as well for Yucklin, but let's see how they get on. Let me just drop a message here. Let's see. Okay. Let's see here. We'll fast forward a little bit as both these players kind of make their patient approach. Okay, so yeah, Silostra moving forward very patiently. Is this the same strat of like come in with the summons and then unsummon? Yeah, so I guess this is a popular strat now for domination, which, I mean, it makes sense. It's dumb, but it does make sense, technically. Let's see here. Okay. And it's just a skirmish fight initially. Crossbowmen and huntsmen are going to come in and start to shoot over on the far side here. On the near side, handguns and bombers not exchanging fire too much with the crossbows and archers. They're firing in a little bit, but shooting the animated hulk's definitely going to be some solid value there. I have to be careful, though. We've got some grenades moving into range, and grenades are also a good target to potentially focus down here. Cost about the same as the animated hulks. Animated hulks, though, trading into Empire Knights is going to be super efficient, but look at this by High C. Kind of the drive-by baits the animated hulks out of position, who then get screened by spears. The Knights are a little bit late to charge into the face of the bombers to protect those swordsmen, but better late than never, I suppose. Bombers are going to be making their presence felt across this line here, but got some depth guards now in position. The spearmen are just going to kind of fall back from there. No reason to take a face engagement with depth guards, especially since it looks like depth guard missed their charge, which certainly they have a 33 charge bonus, which is enough to make a pretty significant difference if they were to have gotten their charge. But so far, so good. Yucklin's in a commanding position on points and is trading evenly on value so far, so pretty good. And to come back in this series, but we'll see. The Rotting Prometheans here just mauling some flagellants. Handguns also in a nice position in the back to continue advancing as well. Bombers absolutely savaging the front line of the Empire. And the melee rush coast is a lot to deal with. I think High C was expecting more of a missile-oriented build and brought a lot of missiles themselves. Whereas, you know, Vampire Coast just going with the short-range blast of the bombs alongside powerful missile units, which definitely makes a lot of sense. Definitely makes a lot of sense. So,
One of your units has been
Yeah, Yucklin just taking no prisoners at this point, coming through. Again, some really nice damage in initially. High C moving back in, though. Excuse me. Or a little bit of a... a little bit of a damage value comeback there. But let's take a look now at what's going on across the field. We've got zombies advancing, zombie bombers especially advancing. The war wagons are going to do something here. It does look like Heisey was able to come in and capture this forward deployment objective. I don't know how much that's actually going to help. I mean, maybe you could get some like cavalry or something to scythe off of this side and start to cut down some of these Vampire Coast units, but it's looking a little grim for the Empire. It's never good feeling when you're being pushed back by Vampire Coast, and Heisey is just struggling to get into range of the objectives right now. That's also coming back to continue dealing with those missile units, drawing Empire Knights away from other critical areas of the battlefield. Decent focus fire on those bombers, but again, it's a cheap unit to have to focus fire like that. A nice burning head, though, is going to shred some handguns. Maybe even overrun into... Not that it's going to do much damage at all to the animated hulks, but there you go. Yeah, Yucklin's definitely proving to be solid so far. I mean, it's tough to go down 2-0, but I mean, this game certainly is looking better. I mean, from the get-go, even though Yucklin is slightly down on value right now, it felt like they have controlled the battle from the start on this one and kind of dictating the pace of the engagement. Depth guards really nasty here, pushing through, getting a concave of fire now in the back, not comfortable, but actually wrecking old Gaston here. The Huntsman General just getting shredded by dual axe, angry Vampire Marines. And we've got more Damn Knights Errant coming out as well. They move into a quick lance formation for an extra 50% mass on the Ghost Cav, up to 1650. And they will make some beautiful impact on those Huntsmen. Just chad straight through the lines and move on to the next thing. Such a cool unit. Meanwhile, over here, Lamprey's Revenge getting into a nice defensive position. Bombs being thrown, so looking pretty good, but certainly High C coming back. Empire Knights charging out some of those zombies, and the sort of concave of fire here from High C punishing the overextension by Yucklin. You see the Depth Guard actually get finished off here, so High C is going to need to start to try and utilize this commanding value lead to push ahead and start to get some objectives back. It's just tough because I don't know, this center objective, even if High C were to get like a 3,000, 4,000 damage value lead, it's still going to be tough just due to the nature of Vampire Coast, way that it's set up. It's going to be tough to overcome them and actually capture that objective. So this side position is definitely a better play, especially with the side summon opening up here, being able to bring multiple Empire Knights and other units off of the Vanguard position there and get effective capture. This is definitely the avenue for High C to win this game, is to continue to pressure that flank. But right now, the Empire Knights leaving Spearmen to try and cap it by themselves with Depth Guard polearms closing the distance. I probably would have waited there with the Empire Knights until the objective was capped, and then come in to rear charge the Lamprey's Revenge, which is definitely a good play, especially with, you know, archers and crossbowmen and war wagons and whatnot shooting into the back there. Should be able to finish off that high value unit for Vampire Coast. And then another burning head as well for the Vampire Coast. So High C pushing now, trying to get back and potentially even triple cap. We'll see, maybe. Didn't even get the second cap though, technically. And like I said, the Spearmen, I think the Empire Knights really needed to stay there and finish that capture off. The Spearmen perhaps could have held against the Depth Guard for some time and maintained the capture there, but instead they're getting pushed away. And Yucklin's able to just maintain command of the objective and the tickets situation. Very, very interesting. You see some units getting unsummoned there for the Empire. Very smart to keep those tattered units refreshing as much as possible. Here in the center, Animated Hulk starting to get dragged down. Zombies are having some troubles as well. But the Empire just can't get enough units on the cap to actually finish it off. And like here, these Empire Knights probably should, again, come through, rear charge this blob, add their capture weight to the situation. Like, yes, keeping Silostra back, keeping those damn Knights errant away is important to a degree, but not as important as actually capturing the objectives. If this were a land battle, High Sea would be running away with the victory right now, but it's domination, and Yuklin is, yeah, past 3-cap territory, so High Sea's going to have to get all 3 objectives secured, and I just don't see it happening. I mean, maybe. We'll see. Let's see how this Empire Knight charge collapses the Vampire Coast, glancing through the back of those foul anchor crab fish things. It is a best of 5. Yes, it is a best of 5. No undead hounds is, I agree, Hadriz, it's very odd. Scurvy dogs would have definitely benefited Yuklin greatly here in terms of chasing routing units, pressuring all these crossbowmen and archers and huntsmen in the back line, but right now it's looking pretty grim. I mean, 3,000 damage value for the Yuklin's definitely not great, but can they hold the objectives is the question. Because the thing about the Empire going so heavily with a range focus here is, again, these units are not capping. Like, in an ideal world, you would want to move all of these missile infantry up to form like a concave around the edges of the objective so that they can actually contribute their capture weight to the battle, because otherwise they're reaping value like crazy, but they're not actually contributing to the win, right? You have to cap those points. So let's see here. Damn Knights Errant starting to run out of steam a little bit, but have got quite a bit of damage on the other go-around. Wow, 2,000, yeah, 25,000 damage dealt, 1,614 damage value. Got 245 kills and climbing. Crazy good value on the Damn Knights Errant. Summon there for Silostra. Yeah, that Damn Knights Errant summon with 100% AP now, the fact that you can just refresh it by resummoning Silostra continuously, crazy, crazy strong. A little bit of a overcast invocation of Nehek there from the captain to keep everyone nice and topped up. Captain, of course, being the actual spellcaster here. But, I don't know. High Sea, 4,000 damage value lead, but not nearly enough time to execute the triple cap that they should be able to. Again, this comes back to those missile units not contributing to the actual capture. Like these crossbowmen, these huntsmen should have been standing on the edges of the objective this entire time, and perhaps High Sea could have won this game. Definitely High Sea traded value-wise more than enough to win this game, but got out-capped here, and it looks like Yuklin's gonna get back into this thing. I don't see High Sea capping in the next, 20 seconds or whatever, in order to... Yeah, there it is. Victory for the Vampire Coast, and Yuklin getting back into this series. Excellent. Perfection. So, I'm going to just quickly scan through the army breakdown here. I am running slightly short on time, so we're going to have to finish this one out. Yeah, looking pretty good on both sides, honestly. I think ultimately High Sea just maybe taking a little bit too much of a missile focus there, or maybe needed to move some of those missiles up and try and utilize their capture weight in addition. But anyway, let's go ahead and move on here. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right, and now try for real this time to finish things off. High Seas coming with High Elves, Warriors of Chaos, and Norska banning Cathay. Yucklin picks Dwarfs with no bans. Again, huge cojones on that one for that move. It's definitely not something I would advise, but I would imagine we'll see some Warriors of Chaos, since we haven't seen them at all yet today, and indeed that is the case. So Dwarfs versus Warriors of Chaos, man. Yucklin, I hope you know what you're doing, because this is a risky biscuit. Very risky biscuit. Oh, here we go. High C going with the much more sensible pick. Whoops, got the one quick. We are on now map 4.
Yes, yes.
Yes, indeed. One unit of miners going to be immediately unsummoned, as is traditional in Domination. Yucklin now moving up with more miners, blasting charges. He's got some Dwarf Warriors here, Bugmans, Rangers. Let's see. Some more miners with blasting charges. And on the other side here, for the Warriors of Chaos, who somehow we haven't seen up until this point. Absolutely nuts. 2 Feral Manticores, a Sorcerer, Lore of Shadows, on horseback. We've got an Exalted Hero on a Chariot. Very good pick in this matchup. Some Marauders, Chaos Armored Trolls, more Marauders and Marauder Great Weapons. Interesting. Another Exalted Hero Chariot here. This is a new addition with Champions of Chaos. Great armor-piercing anti-infantry damage. And it's a single-entity chariot against dwarfs, which means it's bound to be good. But let's fast forward a little bit as these guys make their initial approaches onto each other. I have to say, dwarfs in Domination is a bold move for sure. Even if you're playing against a faction that dwarfs directly counter, like Cathay.
We have a victory.
Yeah, it's just tricky. And I see playing one of the best factions in the game in the Warriors of Chaos. I'm genuinely curious to see how this plays out. Looks like we've got some gyros coming out already, some steam, or brimstone gun rather, gyros, taking some shots at the Marauder Horsemen over here. Delete Dolly December to you all. Well, certainly High C is going to attempt to participate in the holiday by deleting the Dowie. Fast forward even slightly more as these units now get into range here. Start to take some peppering from Quarreler. Excuse me. Quarreler just shot me in the throat. Anyway. Keeping the Silver Shield on the Hero Chariot is either a huge oversight by CA or a troll on the Dwarfs. I don't know, does Wulfric have a Silver Shield also on his Chariot? I forget. I know some characters do still get their missile block chance on the Chariot. Like, I want to say that Malekith does as well, but anyway. Yeah, the Chariot's now going to be coming through, starting to disrupt the Dwarf formation. Slayers will be able to slow them down effectively and deal quite a bit of damage. You can see that Exalted Hero gets caught up momentarily and is already getting punished pretty badly for it. Rest of the field, though, Chaos is getting into combat, has already taken 2 objectives, which is not surprising. And the Warriors with great weapons, Trolls, getting it done. Armor-piercing damage in melee, obviously quite potent against the Dwarfs. And it's nice to see that the Chaos Trolls are actually being brought these days after leadership buffs, and I actually think their armor makes them fairly decent. In a situation like this, they're going to take basically no damage from the Dwarfs. Dwarf Warriors, at least. Hellstriders coming through, cleaning up those Bugman's Rangers. So Chaos gets a very decisive break on this left flank here, on their left. Dwarfs are holding up much better in the center, but still, it's not ideal. Armored Trolls do take extra damage from the Brimstone Gun's fire damage, but it's still not a crazy amount. I mean, what? 15 bonus versus large on that, so tough. Definitely tough. Manticore getting dragged down by Slayers is also tough, but so far, value trade-wise, High C is slightly behind, but nothing too crazy. I'm going to say Wulfric does keep a Bronze Shield. Oh, okay. dwarfs have a lot of good or even matchups. I agree. But I think the issue in domination is just their lack of mobility makes them really hard to be good with. Like, if you can be good with dwarfs in domination, they can be quite strong in certain matchups. But yeah, not against Warriors of Chaos, definitely. We'll see, though. I mean, right now, the dwarfs are definitely hanging around. They're trading all right in terms of damage value, but tactically, they are getting overrun. And even on their own home objective here, they could potentially start to be threatened. Right now, things are looking fairly pretty, but oh man, that's going to be a big old pit of shades right there. It's a bunch of dwarfs all at the same time. Slayers in particular is going to be a nice unit to get that on. Their loose formation will mean they're not going to take as much damage as other units would, but look at this double troll attack into the flank of the Bugman's Rangers. One healing unit versus another. That's true, Hadriz. I agree. The gap between A and S tier is huge. There's a lot of A and B tier factions, which are fairly close together, but then there's a couple that are just S tier, and it's way, way too strong. But anyway. Let's see here. Right now, Warriors are pressing on all fronts. They've got regular Chaos Chariots out on the field. They've got Marauders. Literally every single Dwarf unit is engaged in melee except for like 2 Bugman's Rangers. 3 Bugman's Rangers managed to get free. And you know what? I take it back. The Dwarfs counterattack and actually managed to push back a lot of units on this left flank of the Warriors here, which was looking initially very bad for the Dwarves. But it looks like they did get enough pressure to actually push through and get onto an objective, even with only very tattered forces. Like one chariot could come over and clean up all of these units real quick. But let's see. Here in the woods, Ulthar's Raiders are getting chased also. Minus blasting charges, though, managed to blast out the last of those Marauders, get them off the field. Here in the center, big old brawl or chaos. Definitely winning out here as the Bugman's Rangers and other units get dragged down. But a nice little bombing run there from the gyrocopters. They're going to continue to lead the Manticore astray.
You have the point.
And yeah, things are looking absolutely spectacular. So for the Dwarfs, I should say, they managed to get this other objective capped, and now 2v1 can start to close in on a value lead here. I mean, I say value lead. They have a value lead, but a points lead, rather. High C is starting to come back, though. It's interesting. As Yuklin prioritizes capturing the objective, that allows High C to now reclaim some of that lost value, get back in the fight. The fact that the trolls also are dealing so much damage and also tanking a lot of damage, regenerating. I mean, this troll's already got 600 value there, only 400 value there, but they're taking significant damage and allowing other units to do some great work. Exalted Hero here, 188 kills, 1120 in terms of army damage value there, so good stuff all around. Both players scrapping hard, and certainly anyone's game at this point. But I am a little bit worried that Yuklin's going to start to get overwhelmed as the game goes on. We'll see. Right now, he is definitely standing firm, defending his homeland against the foul Warriors of Chaos. But look at this, man. Even in sustained combat, that Exalted Hero looks to have pretty good splash attacks as he is massacring the Bugman's Rangers there. Manticore once again dropping and just pressuring the gyros, making sure they can't stay safe. Let's see, though, as we go through this mid-game here. I see slightly ahead. It's going to be close. Anyone's game, certainly. I mean, they're back and forth in terms of army damage value now. So surviving with a 2 cap after first major engagement is big for the Dowie if they can properly dig in. That's true. That is if they can properly dig in, which right now it looks like they might be struggling to do so. High Seas disrupting the backline here with chariots and trolls, not allowing these reinforcements to get to where they need to be, which is definitely a smart way of playing against the dwarfs, is to utilize their terrible speed against them and block their reinforcements from arriving right place at the right time. But we'll see. Right now, Ducklings closing in on reclaiming the lead here. A lot of dead stuff that should be unsummoned to get back in the pool. Yeah. A lot of almost dead stuff. It's true. It's true on both sides, actually. But I guess both players just feeling they want to maintain as much capture rate as possible rather than trying to refresh their units. I don't know, though. For the dwarfs' perspective, the trolls are becoming more and more of a problem. The longer the game goes on, the closer the trolls get to their healing cap while still contributing on the battlefield, the worse it is. I mean, still, neither of them have really done all that much damage, but just tanking, right? And allowing the chariots and other units to get the work done that they needed to. Yeah, the armored trolls here being very effective at that role. And also helping to provide some extra capture weight, but let's see. Let's see here. Yeah, the dwarfs continuing to scrap over here. They've got the Ulthar's Raiders fighting in melee. You know it's a desperate time. They actually have great weapons, though, and should be doing some okay armor-piercing damage to that Sorcerer Lord. But Chaos is starting to come through ever so slowly and capture this objective. They're also pushing into the dwarfs' home territory and have been fighting on this objective for quite some time. More reinforcements piling in, Chaos Armor Trolls switching directions so they can get some more heal time in. I have to say, I'm very impressed with the performance of the Trolls. I know there's not a lot that's super threatening directly to them here, but certainly they've been doing enough to tactically be useful, I would say. Yes, okay. Let's see here. Yeah, the warriors are starting to take command. Okay, perfect. Yeah, the dwarfs, I should say, are starting to lose command as the warriors start to come through. You can see that dwarfs for a long time had a greater number of units on the field, but that is starting to tip pretty aggressively. And like a number of the dwarf units that are still located, like we've got 4 here that are completely combat ineffective, right? So in reality, this number is probably even more heavily skewed towards High Sea. And what that means is that Yucklin's going to struggle to defend those objectives. Like you said, dwarfs, if they're able to entrench, can be tough to dislodge, but once they are dislodged, that also flips around. It's very tough for them to reclaim lost lands, which is, again, sort of very loreful according to the dwarfs. But yeah, the armored chaos trolls continuing to scrap. I love the like wrist attachments with the blades. That's so cool, man. Chaos trolls, very underrated unit, very, very good unit, and are definitely helping High Sea to try and finish this game off. Let's see, Warriors Chosen even. Wow, I didn't realize he got full-on Chosen out here with great weapons. They've been grinding it out for quite some time, and it's these flowers and beautiful scenery here. Let's check out the value on these Chosen. Yeah, 226 kills, almost paid for themselves in terms of pure DPS output. Wow, absolutely spectacular. We're just grinding on that objective for quite some time. I think I saw some whips, some early whips, yes. Yeah, but the Hellstriders, if there's a single matchup where Hellstriders are arguably, like, you don't want to max out on them and only take maybe 1 or 2, this is one of those matchups, I would say. Yeah, right here. Here we go. The Hellscourge Hellstriders. They're great for chasing, like, routing units. They're great for getting on Dwarf and Artillery and certain missile units, but they're just not as reliably useful as they would be in other matchups. But still, right there, they're going to help the Manticore to terror route the Equin's Miners, even though Manticore itself is already routing. But yeah, High C now 19 to 11 on units on the field, which is just insurmountable for Yuklin. Yuklin's down 2,000 points, only 11 units on the field here, most of which, I would say maybe half of which are like basically non-existent, basically combat ineffective. So it's looking like Heisey's going to finish this off. A nice attempt by Yuklin to get back in the series with that win in the last game, but it's looking ever more grim. And I do think that the matchup situation maybe trolled him a little bit here. I definitely would have banned Warriors. I guess he already had banned Warriors, so he couldn't ban Warriors again. And it is what it is. Just a tough situation, but yeah. We'll fast forward and get the Dwarfs end over with mercifully quickly as High C finishes things off. So there you go. Warriors of Chaos, in the one game they do perform in today, are spectacular. 428 kills on that Chariot single entity. The other one, though, only 35 kills and definitely did not pay for himself. So it kind of shows you the pros and cons of using that unit type. The Manticores, though, spectacular. Marauders with Great Weapons, super cost effective here as well. And just in general, a lot of the units perform. Chosen with Great Weapons perform. The Trolls, none of them ended up paying for themselves, but they tanked out so much damage. And tactically were just so annoying for the Dwarfs to have to deal with. They were useful. Chariots, 1,000, like to see that. Hellscourges also get some nice value, so it's an unusual build. I mean, I say unusual. Maybe not so unusual against the Dwarfs, but yeah. Anyway, let's go on and get to the next series. So if we get back over to the bracket here. All right, guys. All right, bear with me 1 second while we get this sorted out here. IC moves on. You saw that update live there against Yuklin, and now we're going to see Tim the Wilder versus Alric Raul, RTK, clan, inter-clan war. Yeah, stay tuned for that. I'll be right back. Give me just 5 minutes. I just realized the bracket was not displaying for you guys anymore. My apologies. Let's get back on over to the replay like this. There we go, with the scoreboard and everything. Gonna be having some more dwarfs. I guess I should show you the pick and bans real quick. So, Tim the Wilder, global bans Cathay and Counts. Alric Rao, global bans Chaos and Slanesh. Then in the first game, Tim the Wilder picks 3 dwarfs, Zinch, and Tomb Kings, bans Empire. Alric Rao's gonna pick Tomb Kings and no bans, which then results in us getting the following dwarfs versus Tomb Kings. So, Tim the Wilder coming in here hot with, of course, Thoric Ironbrow. Who else would he have? He's got Dwarf Warriors up front. He's got Dwarf Warriors with Great Weapons, the second line here. Quarrelers, plenty of them. Ekron's Miners. So, pretty similar dwarf build to what we've seen in the past so far. Tomb Kings, on the other hand, are coming in with a Lich Priest as their lord. Screaming Skull Catapults, 2 of them. We've got a bunch of Nehekara Warriors and the Kepler Guard on the far side. Tomb Guard in the center with some Skeleton Warriors. Yeah, quad Screaming Skull Catapult. Very interesting, and I think this is going to punish this Dwarf Infantry-based build pretty heavily. And we'll see, but right now the Dwarfs don't really have a good response to the Screaming Skull Catapults, and already we can see some significant damage being done. Almost 400 damage value on a couple of volleys there, as the spread of the Dwarfs, while it does help minimize casualties when there's an actual hit, it does mean that a lot of the missed shots are also likely to hit other nearby units. So it's a tough situation to be in if you're a little Dowie bro. And yeah, we'll see. Right now, Alric's build looks very well constructed to just make Tim the Wilder have a really bad day. But we'll see. Definitely see. Let's see here. Yes, Dwarf Warriors with Great Weapons just eating multiple volleys there. Probably not even going to get into combat, but we'll see. Already, Alric Rao jumping out to a decent little value lead there, but nothing the Dwarfs haven't come back from before. The Dwarfs are pushing forward to get into a commanding capture position. Yeah, things are looking interesting, definitely. You know, personally, this goes back a little bit to Mark of Nurgle. Certain Mark of Nurgle Great Weapon units, actually, the extra HP is nice to have against the Dwarfs, but I don't know if it's worth bringing them over. The regular ones are just so cost-effective, you know? But anyway, Chariots coming through here, Skeleton Chariots disrupting the Dwarfs, and just making them have a pretty bad time. This Lich Priest also is standing firm. But again, Dwarfs are not getting, like, crazy massacred. Hello, cat. Hi, buddy. And, yeah, I mean, the Dwarfs, they're doing a decent enough job maintaining their capture. We'll see right now. Neither player, honestly, running away with it. But what is that? Rune of Slowness on the Lich Priest of Nehekara. Try and perhaps catch him. Even with the Rune of Slowness, though, the Dwarf Infantry are still not fast enough to capture. I apologize. My cat is rubbing his head on my microphone stand, so my apologies if that's a little bit loud for you guys, but fluffs. Okay, buddy. You know, as adorable as you are, if you stand directly in front of the screen, it makes it hard for me to see casting, buddy. Anyway. Taking a look at the overall battlefield here, Screaming Skulls are still getting some nice value back. Let's go ahead and open up their unit cards and see. Yeah, 300 value there. We got 500 value there. We've got 750 value there. So they're all getting some okay value. The problem for the Tomb Kings is that, I mean, capture-wise, they're getting completely dominated by the Dwarfs. Yeah, they're really not capturing much at all, but we'll see. Maybe they'll start to turn that around in the late game as Alric's value lead starts to tell a little bit more, but Screaming Skulls focusing nicely on that center objective. Just multiple shots from different directions. We've got a Tomb Scorpion in here now to provide a little bit of terror, just to mess with the Dawi's leadership and, you know, compromise their ability to defend their objectives effectively. Brimstone Guns, though, are going to be teeing off on that Lich Priest, trying to get him off the field. So, lots of Dwarfs and Tomb Kings today. Yeah, the Tomb Kings I expected. I did not expect to see as much Dwarfs and Bretonnia as we have seen today. Not that I'm mad about it, definitely. But, oh man, some brutal Screaming Skull shots landing right there. Oof, that's nasty. And yet, even still, for all of the damage being done here, the Dwarfs are quietly just punching back super hard and not allowing Alric to run away with the damage value here. Gyro's getting pressured by Carrions, though, in the back. And yeah, oh man, Screaming Skulls are so brutal. Absolutely love it. Looks like we're going to see Nushabti summon here in the center as well. It's got to happen soon, though. I mean, Alric is value leading, and he's slowly grinding ahead, but he start to get some captures, start to capitalize on that value lead, and actually result in some objectives being taken, because he's very rapidly approaching 3-cap territory. Not quite there yet, but still another minute or so before he gets there. Tomb Kings aren't as great anymore, with about a 50-50 win rate. You know, I would say one interesting thing, yes, Tomb Kings are definitely less good, but that almost means that you'll see them more often now, because other factions have kind of claimed that S-tier place, whereas in a lot of people's minds, because they think Tomb Kings aren't as good, they're less likely to ban Tomb Kings, right? Which means, in practice, you actually end up seeing the Tomb Kings a lot more than, say, like Slaanesh or, you know, another very strong faction. Or is like, even in the last patch, you wouldn't see Tomb Kings that much because they would just get global banned every time. But now Tomb Kings are just strong enough that they can compete and give you a good chance to win, especially if you construct your builds properly. But at the same time, they are not so overpowered that they're just going to get banned in every game, I guess, right? So I think that's the reason why we've seen so much Tomb Kings today. Hosts are sort of in a similar situation, although they're arguably stronger than Tomb Kings right now. Coast is definitely a faction that I would be banning. Coast and Counts both, but that's, again, just due to my own personal bias. Fine with mostly fighting Slaanesh, even though it's definitely not fun. Let's see here. Right now, Alric is pressing. He is not quite in 3-cap territory, even still. But he is probably going to 3-cap anyway. I mean, he's got a 2-cap executed now with a 1200 value lead, and still less unit models, or sorry, less total units on the field than the Dwarfs, but like Dwarfs have a lot of very tattered units on the field, so that's a little bit of a false inflation there. You can see, speaking of which, Nehekara Horsemen and Skeleton Warriors now moving up to this high ground objective.
One of your units has been destroyed.
And just cleaning up some of these very tattered units. More Screaming Skull shots landing, and it's not looking good for the Dawi. Alric already has got a 2-capped and in a position to win if he can maintain both of them, and threatening for a triple cap. Dwarf's ability to counter attack is fairly limited. See some Slayers coming out here now, but a lot of their units are just so tattered, and with the presence of the Screaming Skulls still active, they're running low on ammunition, but they still have enough that it's making a significant difference. And now the value lead is starting to swing out even more, get further and further away from the Dwarfs as the Screaming Skull shots just pummel these Dwarven infantry. Very brutal stuff. Giant spiritual skulls raining from the sky. And I think that's basically a GG for Tim the Wilder. We'll see. I mean, he does have a chance to, I guess, come back and cap the center objective. He's got plenty of time to work with here. Time is definitely on his side. But I don't know. Maybe I'm calling this a little bit early. Oh, those Slayers, man. Just watching them take shot after shot from those Screaming Skulls is so painful. And with the full triple cap executed, the Dwarfs, let's see if they can even recap a single objective. Let's keep it in close. A little bit of cinematic cam, brimstone shots. Trying to hit that, that caster there as he avoids. Longbeard's charging in. Yes, settle those grudges, indeed. A little bit of Rune of Doom here to juice the melee attack of all of these dwarfs, and they should be punching fairly hard. But they are just dwarfs at the end of the day. Even YOLOing in all of his current units onto the center objective is not enough to get Tim the Wilder a capture here, and, like, this is a good example. Like, these Slayers caught out in the open space against Nehekara Warriors. Super inefficient engagement by them, but, like, what are they going to do? You know, I guess they have the speed to potentially try and avoid the Nehekara Warriors, but they are tired. The Nehekara Warriors are not. It's just a bad situation for the Dwarfs in Domination because they can't really dictate engagements nearly as well. But let's see. Tim the Wilder does look like he's going to be able to reclaim the center objective, though. Dwarfs are definitely resurgent. Yeah, the passives for Lord of Nehek and Lord Vampires are both still very strong. Both probably could still be nerfed as well. But, I don't know. Tim Kings have had enough nerfs, I think, for the time being. They're still very good, but they're not, I don't know. They're very strong domination, but they're not insanely OP. Like they used to be. Oh yeah, Nehekara Warriors charging Dwarf Warriors in the face. And getting it on the shin as a result. Yeah, at this point, Alric Rowell's getting close to taking the lead here. Tim the Wilder slowly starting to fall further and further behind. Did manage to get that one objective, though, so somewhat staunched the bleeding. He's at least going to be competitive. But yeah, definitely anyone's game at this point. I mean, I say that. Alric 2,000 points ahead on army damage values. It's sitting very, very pretty at this point. Nice shots landing there. I'm surprised. Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. Unsummoning all the Screaming Skulls and just only having the resources to resummon one of them. Yeah, they all used up all of their ammunition, so I would imagine we're going to be seeing some pretty insane value on them in the end screen there. Yeah. It's true, Hadriz. Yeah, the Tomb Kings, I mean, even without those bugs, though, I still think they would have been OP before the leadership and Realm of Souls nerfs. I think even without the bugged, you know, Ethereal Kepper Guard or the infinite ammo bugs, I think even without those, they're still probably in the top tier. You know, with the previous Realm of Souls and leadership. After the Realm of Souls and leadership team, I'd put them solidly A tier. But they're not the same S tier that they used to be, certainly. Anyway, let's fast forward a little bit as it's just dwarfs grinding on Tomb Kings for a while here. We can kind of see tactically what's going on. They're contesting with very tattered units on all these objectives. Shabti doing a nice job. Armor-piercing anti-infantry damage against Orphan Infantry here. Orphan Infantry trying to continue to defend in the center, but it looks like we've got the Kepper Guard moving in to finish off a lot of these tattered Dwarf Infantry units and really start to skew the battle. Let's get in close and watch as the Kepper Guard grinded out with some of these Dwarf Infantry. I see a little Rune of Wrath and Ruin there from Thorek. Does some damage, nothing too crazy. It does reduce the healing rate due to on-fire contact effect Kepler Guard there. But yeah, they're definitely going to be able to finish off. I don't know, though. Dwarfs are pressing for a triple cap here. They have resources in position. Unfortunately, the chariots and the Tomb Scorpion are enough to terrify away, with the Shabti and everything, enough to terrify away this objective. So what was looking like an initially a pretty promising push is starting to get pulled back. And here, Dwarf Warriors, I mean, grinding against Tomb Guard should be okay in the long run, but hard to say. Yeah, hard to say, but, oh man. And now this center objective even being pulled back to the Tomb Kings by the Kepler Guard, coming in and murdering, finishing off last of these Longbeards and Dwarf Warriors and whatnot. Nice rear charge from these Ushabti as well. So suddenly it's just Thorek alone to defend this objective, and as strong as he is, he doesn't have that much capture weight. Not going to be able to hold it down. A couple of tattered Longbeards coming back through, Dwarf Warriors. Yeah. Let's fast forward through the rest of this. I think Alric's just going to finish this off, just strangle it out. Tim the Wilder's doing a great job of attempting to contest. He's got Dwarf Warriors, Slayers moving in on this objective here. The Slayers, you would think, could be able to finish off the Scorpion, and they probably could, given enough time, but they just don't have enough time, unfortunately. And even the Chosen of the Gods Ushabti moving into melee at that point, and that's going to be it. Alric Rahl takes the win. Very close one, it must be said. Tim the Wilder was definitely contesting hard there and nearly had it. But at the end of the day, just getting ground down. Unfortunate situation for the Dwarfs, but just getting outmaneuvered, outcapped, and ground into dust by those Screaming Skulls especially. Let's go ahead and take a look at the values there. Sorry, they were all in the starting army here. Yeah, 11, 1200, 1300, and 2000 for the one that was resummoned. So that's great. Great performance from those Screaming Skull catapults. Definitely what you would want to see. Kepler Guard also doing a nice job. Nehekara Warriors very good in this matchup now with the anti-infantry bonus. Yeah, Scorpion tactically really nice for terror routes. And then the Chariot also 1684 on value there. So let's go ahead and move on to the next replay. Bear with me just 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, now for the next game, Alric Rahl's picking 3. He picks Empire, Dark Elves, and Demons of Chaos. Bans Skaven. Tim the Wilder is going to pick Tomb Kings and ban the Dark Elves. So will it be Demons of Chaos or will it be the Empire? Let's find out, shall we? And it looks like it's going to be the Demons of Chaos, of course, but that's okay. Definitely makes sense, actually. So let's see here. Got to adjust the scoreboard once again. Okay. Excellent. Let's get on in and watch. Of course, we've got Bellicor and the Demons of Chaos for Alric Ral. Got 4 Plague Bears, 1 pink, and 5 blue horrors. For the Tomb Kings, they've got Skeleton Warrior to be unsummoned immediately. Tim the Wilder also bringing 2 Shabti Greybows, 4 Skeleton Archers, 2 Tomb Guard, Kepper Guard, and 1 Nekara Warrior, 4 Skeleton Spears, and then, of course, the reserves, which we cannot see, but should be pretty good. Should be a very, very good time. Oh, yeah. For me personally, Hadris, now granted, I haven't played that much domination of this matchup, but in land battles, I will counterpick the Tomb Kings with Empire, right? Because Empire has really strong fire tools. They have great long-range missiles. They can outrange the Tomb Kings very heavily. Their cavalry is really good in that matchup, too. Infantry-wise, especially with the cost reductions to Empire infantry, they're even more cost-effective against skeletons these days. So I would, yeah, I'd probably have picked the Empire as well, but instead of demons. But demons also, I mean, demons versus undead. The fact that demons' combat stats are awesome and they're basically unbreakable like undead is definitely nice. Bellicor is quite strong, just in general, so hard to go wrong if you're taking him. But let's fast forward a little bit as both of these players approach. For the Tomb Kings, got some Sepulchral Stalkers out now. Just going super wide. Tim the Wilder up on the high ground, trying to take this top ground objective, secure this area heavily. Get a little bit of a Pit of Shades, though. Just deletes 1 Skeleton Archer. I'm not sure the magic wives if that's efficient or not. I feel like it's not, but demons are decent in Dom. It just depends. The nice thing, actually, about Tomb Kings is Tomb Kings do have a pretty distinctive lack of magic damage. Like, they don't have any spells which confer magic damage on hit. And, I mean, they have, like, the Sepulchral Stalkers, which deal magic damage at range, but, yeah. Bellicor needed as the obvious carry. Yes, definitely. Definitely without Bellicor, demons are completely useless. But nice to see them even a little bit. Yeah, let's fast forward a little bit as these two players continue to just position here. Looks like Alric Ral is going to move in. He's continuing to kind of chip away at the Skeleton Archers with the stuff. With his Pit of Shades here, Blues also move into range to kind of counter-skirmish through Shabti Greatbows a little bit. Notice that the Soul Grinder is kind of like, you know, half covering behind the gazebo here. And also was shooting at the Shabti Greatbows there. The Tzeentch Soul Grinder is a very interesting choice, you know. Long range, kind of anti-large style shooting attack. Has the barrier as well, which now, as we see here, can be used to absorb damage. And then the Soul Grinder obviously could pull back, let the barrier regenerate, and then come back for another round. But right now, the demons have managed to execute a full triple cap. Screamers dropping down to just wreck those Eyes of the Desert, and the Blue Horrors also opening up some significant fire. So even without Bellicor, the Demon's army seems to be trading pretty well right now. Blues in particular, you know, their shooting attack is great here. They're actually pretty decent in melee against undead troops. 20 attack, 22 defense, 24 weapon strength, but more importantly, 160 unit models, which is just insane. Another Pit of Shades there. Bellicor also dropping on some archers in the back line. And things are looking very solid for the demons. Alric's slightly behind, but barely by like 300 points, and that gap is rapidly closing. As long as he's going to be able to continue dealing damage here. Incantation of Righteous Smiting on some Skeleton Archers as they shoot at Plague Bears is an aggressive use of Winds of Magic. I'll put it that way. But the Lich Priest just got absolutely mown down there. And so there won't be any more Winds of Magic available for Tim the Wilder. And Alric's volume of fire here, I think, is not something that Tim the Wilder prepared that well for. Like, we don't see a lot of chariots. or other anti-infantry kind of disruption tools here. But he is able to kind of sneak one Nehekara warrior over to the side here, capture this objective, staunch the bleeding on victory tickets. Zinj Demon Prince is actually pretty good. We cut the music. That's actually the in-game sound, but yes. Things are looking pretty good. I have to say, Blues are using quite a bit of their ammunition. This unit has pretty much used all of its. Oh man, shooting the Kepler Guard too, due to their weakness to fire, is going to be extra effective. Their lack of armor, lack of missile block chance makes them a really ideal target for Blues and Pinks to be shooting at here. And let's see, Sepulchral Stalkers managed to get a few more volleys on Bellicor. If they were full health and had like a clean shot, clean firing lane, if you will, on Bellicor, they could shred him very quickly. But as it is right now, they're going to struggle. And just in general, the Tomb King's army has taken damage to a lot of critical components. Although the army damage value is more or less the same. I mean, if you look at the sort of high-value targets for Alric, he's still got Bellicor and the Soul Grinder both completely healthy. Whereas we saw the caster get blasted for Tim the Wilder. His expensive Ushabti Great Bows are also basically combat ineffective at this point with only 2 unit models remaining. This other Ushabti Great Bow is taking significant damage, and even the Kepler Guard are getting blasted by low-tier shooting, which is not ideal. So it's a tough situation to be a Tomb King, but they're persevering. Certainly a strong, resilient faction can stand up to a beating like this and potentially even survive. That is just a beautiful thing right there, by the way. Whatever that thing is. Yeah. Sorry. Just look here. Yes. Yes. Let's see here. I don't know that Tomb Kings, I mean, they have this high ground objective. Let's see if they're able to push forward and maybe capture one of these other objectives. We've just got Nurglings defending on the low ground here with some Fleshhounds also in a mobile situation to support. Yeah, looking potentially fairly dangerous, but we'll see. Pink Horrors getting some nice shooting. Kepler Guard managing to survive, which is pretty important. If they can survive and tank through this, continue to heal, maybe move on to some other objectives and capture them, that would definitely be a way for Tim the Wilder to get back into this series. I mean, not that he's that far out of it right now. He's only down 1 game. But certainly, it's looking pretty interesting. Army damage value-wise, they are basically neck and neck. Alric, Tim the Wilder here are scrapping hard, but either player definitely has a good chance to win. The Tomb Kings getting a little bit over-focused on pursuing these units off of the objective rather than falling back and defending on the objective. I mean, certainly because their units are kind of clipping the edge of it right now, they are still getting their capture weight, at least momentarily, but like the Kepler Guard, Tomb Guard not getting any capture weight, right? And Tim the Wilder kind of realizing that, pulling his units back onto the objective, and looking fairly solid. Let's see. Ushabti Great Bows, Incantation of Righteous Smiting, Incantation of Cursed Blades, both on them. They're going to try and get free here, but the Screamers, oh, the clutch Screamer charge into the Ushabti Great Bows, as the Soul Grinder continues to grind it out in melee on this top ground objective as well. Screamer's anti-large AP going to make them an ideal unit for a dive on Ushabti Great Bows like this. And suddenly this top ground objective looks like it's being threatened fairly heavily by Chaos. Center, meanwhile, has been seized by the Kepler Guard and their lieutenants. Tim the Wilder also looking to potentially try and execute a triple cap here as he moves in against the Nurglings with his Nehekara Horsemen and Spearmen. Support against Fleshhounds. We've got more Fleshhounds inbound, though. That's definitely a dangerous situation to have to face off against. And there it is. Fleshhounds interrupting the charge of Nehekara Horsemen, not allowing them to charge into those Nurglings. and going to be getting some really nice damage as a result. So initially looking promising for Tim the Wilder. Might be a pullback by Alric. We'll see. Up on the high ground here. Yeah, it's just the Soul Grinder mostly fighting. I mean, a lot of the support units are having a relatively hard time standing and banging with the Tomb Kings, but... Oh, big stretch. Helps if you make sound. Yeah, let's see. Alric low on units right now. Tim the Wilder's got a pretty decisive lead on the number of units on the field. Question is, can he capitalize and actually triple cap? Because he does need to triple cap, even with the situation as it is right now. Alric can just defend the one objective, and Tim the Wilder will lose. Tim the Wilder has to seize all three, but of course Alric also is going to be keeping pressure up on the other objectives besides the one that he's just defending. Here, he's got his Flesh Hounds, Bellicor in, try and blast some skeletons. Nehekar Horsemen are going to respond with the Skeleton Warriors, but how much of an impact will they make? It's hard to say. Soul Grinder still just murdering skeletons for days up here. Yeah, up to 101 kills, 1158 on damage value. Pretty good stuff. Screamers chasing some Skeleton Horseman archers, getting on them. Nice Pit of Shades here. Going to nuke a good position of the Tomb Kings. Nehekara Warriors, Nehekara Horsemen taking significant damage there. Wow, that is a really nice placement, I have to say. Nurglings moving in for some support as well. Get a little bit of poison. That is going to send the Tomb Kings, Nehekara Horsemen into a crumbling. And they should be shortly off the field. But Tim the Wilder's looking for a triple cap here. He's almost got that objective on the low ground secured. And he's also, again, about 5 units ahead of Alric on the ground. And has just now, for the first time, taken an army damage value lead. So Tim the Wilder definitely scrapping hard to try and win this one and get in this series, get on the board, and even this thing up. But Alric not going quietly. He's got Plague Bears, he's got Flesh Hounds moving in on this top ground objective, where the Soul Grinder's still fighting, still forcing a nice blob for these units to then come in and rear charge. And that will start to tip that objective ever so slightly. Bellicor also occupying a huge amount of value on this center objective. Look at that. The Kepler Guard also almost up to full health. Their healing cap rapidly approaching. Looking pretty rough on that front. Oops, accidentally closed my stream chat because I'm a genius. There we go. The Nurgle Prince burst healing is good, but he can also just die. It's true, he can definitely just die without doing anything in melee, so... yeah, I must have missed that Chad's Sword of Corn. I definitely missed that. Unfortunate, but... let's see here. It's looking like Alric is now back into 2-cap territory, so even if he gets one of these objectives back, he's going to have to cap a second one. But he is definitely looking to cap this objective. He's got more Nurglings moving in here. He's got the Flesh Hounds, the Soul Grinder, 3 units of Flesh Hounds. Or sorry, 2 units of Flesh Hounds, the Soul Grinder. Could be finishing off these Nehekara Warriors any minute now. So this objective definitely in control. Well, not quite yet, but will be in control of the demons. And then on the low ground, the sneaky Nurglings trying to bypass Guard here as the Nehekara Horsemen get dragged down by a horde of blues. Blues' number of unimodels is just such a problem for stuff to try and deal with. But we'll see. Right now, objective number 1's ticking back down in favor of the Tomb Kings. This is a case where you'd want to consider unsummoning Bellicor? No, definitely not. Bellicor's still got a ton of HP left. You definitely need him to continue fighting here. For as long as he has enough HP to be effective on the battlefield, which he definitely does. But let's see, can Alric actually capture any of these objectives back? I mean, the army damage value lead for Tim the Wilder is not so much that Alric actually just, like, physically cannot capture here. I definitely agree with him staying in this game when other people might have already quit given the situation on the battlefield, but let's see. Big think. Finally, this is going to be... yep, there it is. Demons of Chaos. So, Tim the Wilder just slightly ahead, but certainly Alric reclaimed the objective with enough time to make several moves. Let's see what he can do. If he can recapture a second objective here, maybe move in and bomb those Kepperguard. Hard to say, but here in the center, things are looking a little bit weak. I mean, he's got the King Nikesh's Scorpion Legion, and that's pretty much it. And this massive force of Flesh Hounds, plus the Soul Grinder, plus Be'lakor can swoop down, start to smash the units defending this position.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, somebody's just sending me a message here on the side. So, I apologize for that. Bear with me just 1 second. Be'lakor does indeed swoop down, maybe a little bit further even than the Soul Grinder. Soul Grinder is staying in the near term with the Flesh Hounds, trying to actually capture that center objective, and they certainly will be able to amass enough capture weight to get the job done. Yeah, things are looking quite solid there. This huge capture area means that a lot of units can get on this to contest at the same time, but like the blues being here makes a huge difference. The blues and the Nurglings and the Flesh Hounds, there's a lot of kind of cheap to mid-tier units that are seriously affecting the capture weight right now. And just in time, too, Alric got really close to needing a 3-cap there, but he is in a position where a 2-cap will just barely win it for him. So let's see if he's able to maintain in the center, especially. We've got more Tomb King's infantry moving through with their superior capture weight. So let's soak up a few more cinematics. Tomb Kings move through. Tomb Guard in position here. Nehekara Horsemen fighting it out. Soul Grinder trying to get away. Soul Grinder's, I mean, more than paid for itself by now, but certainly if it can replenish its barrier and get back into the fight, can definitely help contribute. I say it's more than paid for itself. It actually hasn't even quite paid for itself fully, but still. Be'lakor's 0 capture weight is a burden. I mean, technically, yes, but also, if you're playing Demons of Chaos, all of your lords are flying, so you literally... Oh, man, the middle actually... Oof, that was close. The middle... Yeah, wow, that was a really close back and forth. It looks like Alric almost lost it there. Oh, man, hold 2 for the win. Yeah, it's going to be so close. Tim the Wilder there almost managed to get back in a position to win, but it's going to be a victory for Alric if things hold.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Unsummon Be'lakor. No. Why? He has so much health. He's such a powerhouse. Even if he has 0 capture weight, he's still just... I mean, he's impactful enough. Why would you... Anyway. Summon for more infantry. No, I disagree. I don't think he would have had time to get more infantry in there on the point. But regardless, Be'lakor almost... Yeah, 50,000 damage dealt almost. 3,500 there. Yeah, the rest of the army is just here for capture weight mostly. Plague Bearers also do a decent job defending. Blues managed to get some really nice value back. The Tzeentch Soul Grinder just about pays for itself. Tactically, super useful to have as well. Flesh Hounds do a great job. The tactically, I love the Screamers to go after Shabti Greybows. I think that's a great job. But yeah, that was super close, man. GG to both. Let's go on to the next game, though. Let me get this updated here. Okay. So for the picks and bans for the next one, Tim the Wilder going to be trying to survive in the series. He picks Norska, Khorne, and Demons bans Tzeentch. Alric Ral is going to pick the Empire and ban Khorne. So we'll see either Khorne versus Norska or Demons of Chaos. Let's go ahead and take a look. And it does... Sorry, Empire versus... yeah, Norska. That's right. That is correct. So... Awesome. Love to see some more Empire gameplay. And facing off against Norska, another super classic matchup from the history of Warhammer. Sure, we're updating everything appropriately. Okay. So we've got Alric Ral's Empire versus Tim the Wilder's Norska. Who will prevail here? We are once again on the crater of Crumbs. Yes, the crater of Crud. And we'll see. Alric, let's take a look at his Empire build first, because I'm biased towards the Empire. Boris coming in hot with grenade launchers. He's got some Huntsmen. Fire Wizard. He's got some Flagellants and Sigmar's Sons. Love the Unbreakable Core here to hold objectives. Spearmen with shields to help support them. And on the opposite side here, Wulfric already running some scouting on horseback. He's got some Marauders. Marauders with great weapons here. A huge mix of both. Looks like 5 of each with some Marauder Champions mixed in there. Marauder Spearmen as well in the back. Some Javelins. Yeah, Wulfric doing the Mountain Blade, you know, ride in front of your army to do a little bit of scouting. That's definitely me when I played Mountain Blade, at least. And then you get hit in the face by 10 javelins and just die. But anyway. Cool. Sorry, just check something over here. Okay. Let's see. Let's see how this goes here. Grenade launchers run a risky initial attack, get a nice volley on some Marauders, but they're going to lose a couple of their models in the process due to Wulfric engaging there. A little bit of a fireball. Going to hit the ground. Very nice. Super MLG fireball. Yeah, Boris is potentially looking at diving on Wulfric, but he's got to be very careful not to do so in a bad situation with, like, the Ice Wolves, Beasts of Tashnar, rather, around to support. But with the Huntsmen now, the Flagellants moving into position, Empire Knights also, things are looking fairly solid. Norska does capture the forward deploy zone. We'll see if that ends up helping them out. Tim the Wilder desperately needs to win this game to stay in the series, so... let's take a look at what they can do. Empire Knights charging through here. Beasts of Tashnar, although they are anti-large, their lack of AP will make them suffer pretty badly in a head-first engagement against Empire Knights. But the Empire Knights hit their charge speed, and as a result are more than happy to, you know, push those units away. That leaves Wulfric high and dry. He's now going to pop Hunter of Champions on Boris and also eat some big hits from the Griffin. So... yeah, getting fully surrounded by these Empire Knights, going to be completely unable to escape here. You can see him trying to pull through. Beasts of Tashnar, though, it does allow them a rear charge opportunity to get on these Empire Knights, maybe deal a tiny bit of damage to them. Very little, honestly. But Lore of Boats now being used on the grenade launchers. Kills off a few more of their models, perhaps, but definitely need to get rid of those grenades. They're one of the best burst damage units on the Empire's roster, especially against infantry. Here, Flagellants miss their charge, which is unfortunate, but they are still going to be very effective in combat against basic Marauders with their high weapon damage and high attack. But let's get in here, watch close as the Flagellants fight it out with these Marauders. Crusade against Chaos and all that. Sigmar's Sons moving up through. Classic against Norska, just in a new context, you know, here in the realm of Nurgle. In this domination map, looking very, very good. But wow, that is a horde of Marauders. They are coming. Oh lord, they coming. so many Marauders. Ice Wolves also in a position to perhaps collapse these grenade launchers. Multiple grenade launchers at severe risk of getting killed. Boris manages to clutch drop one Marauder Horseman, though, terrify them away. leaving just the one Ice Wolf to get countercharged now by Knights of the Blazing Sun, and should be able to bail them out. A lot of Empire skirmish units trying to get free at this point. We've got grenade launchers and huntsmen all kind of fleeing the advance of Norscan infantry. But they should be able to get away there, no problem. We'll see. Thankfully, too, the huntsmen can fire while advancing, so they're getting a few little pot shots at some of these Marauder champs and other units fighting over in this vicinity. But we'll see how this goes. Grenade launchers can turn around and very quickly start to burst down the units that are chasing them as soon as they get caught up on these Knights of the Blazing Sun. There we go. Single grenade. And there's a whole host of grenades. Yep, blasting the Marauders here. They also get hit by Boris. That's going to cause significant debuffs. Their stats are significantly debuffed due to Crush the Weak and White Cloak of Ulrich, down to only 26 melee attack, 48 melee defense, and then they just get terrified away. So there you go. Some great combined arms Empire work there, utilizing different units together. More grenade launcher fire going to be poured in here. But capture-wise, Tim the Wilder is actually in a very good position. He's managed to, with that forward command post, he has managed to get a lot of units into Alric Ral's back line here, and this objective is just flooded with Norscan bodies right now. It's going to be very, very tricky for the Empire to re-secure that objective. Let's see. A lot of game time left. Yeah, lots more explosions. Empire Knights coming out from their deployment zone and immediately just hammering into Norska. I'm not gonna lie, like the Boris and heavy cavalry build is the way that I've played against Norska for quite some time, even since game 1. Arguably, it was the best way, in my opinion, to go up against Norska, was just to countercharge them hard, utilize those Knights of the Blazing Sun against Skin Wolves and whatnot. Boris, of course, allowing you to then take Lore of Fire because he has self-healing and can also provide nice debuffs, leadership debuffs, hard hitting on the charge as well, just like those Knights. You get a lot of synergy there. And although Norska has deployed a lot of units into this zone, Alric Ral has been doing a great job of keeping his units alive and fighting. All 3 of these grenade launchers are still fully operational. Got all these Knights operational as well, cleaning up tattered units. Some Free Company here, shooting and fighting. Nice to see them as kind of an auxiliary support. But Sigmar's Sun's pushing through. So although it's looking like a triple cap for Tim the Wilder, Ulrich does have a little bit of a value lead. We'll see if he's able to actually translate that into getting objective captures. But right now, Tim the Wilder is threatening on a triple cap, and it's looking pretty nasty. More grenades going to be launched in against the Ice Wolves there. It's just enough to push back their leadership. Empire Knights can then turn around and start to chase them off. Perhaps collapse in on these champions and whatnot. Looks like we got a Bale Fiend coming in over on the side there. But things are looking pretty grim for the Empire. Objective capture-wise, they're having a hard time. Wolfric is getting hit by Boris. Manages to pull away there. But, yeah, the Marauders are also having a very hard time with their leadership in general. Nice bit of shades there from the Bale Fiend. I say nice. Doesn't really hit too many units. Most unit models are able to escape and avoid the damage for the most part there. Outriders, grenade launchers, continuing to fire away. Plenty of ammunition left on those guys. And we've now got 1 on this objective, 1 on this objective, so biggest threat to them at this point is single entities, and the Huntsmen can obviously help deal with those as well, even with the missile resistance and the armor, the Famir. I mean, 65 armor is not as much as, like, Famir warriors, right? And definitely does still make him vulnerable to the Huntsmen. See there, the shots starting to land and do a little bit of damage. Champs also going to be very vulnerable, especially the grenade launchers, but multiple Vanguard missile units for the Empire being used to good effect on the appropriate targets here. Knights and grenade launchers, and Boris able to combine, finish this objective off. Yeah, lots and lots of Marauder Spears here being chased off. Love to see that. Knights of the Blazing Sun on a nice pursuit charge here. Just breaking the morale of... Oh, yeah, look at that huge terror route on that one healthy Marauder Spear. Nice Pit of Shades in response, though, from Norska. The Knights of the Blazing Sun do have some spell resistance, so they're not going to take a crazy amount of damage from this, but it will definitely do some damage to them, and the placement also will stagger quite a few of them and cause the unit to become somewhat broken up, but there's not really a quick follow-up, unfortunately, from Norska here. They're bringing in some more Marauder Spears off that side objective, but I'm not sure if that's actually going to help them at all. I almost think it's a trap at this point for Tim the Wilder to continue to pull units off of that side objective unsupported. But we'll see. Both players playing it pretty close on terms of supply, making sure they keep units summoned up as much as possible. Wolfrick's having to run, though, from Boris. Oh, Boris. So scary. Yeah, Empire Knights also got Sigmar Sons here, threatening Norska's home objective now. So very quickly things have turned around, and suddenly the Empire is in a very commanding position here. Technically the same number of unit models, same number of units on the field, but you can see, like, out of the, 15 units they have, 4 of them are not routing from Norska. Whereas for Empire, most of them are still combat effective that are on the field. So it looks like, if you just look at the numbers, that Tim the Wilder is not that far behind on army presence, but in fact he is very far behind on army presence and is going to have a hard time amassing enough value to recapture any of these objectives, even coming off of this Vanguard deployment point here, because you've got Free Company, you've got Outriders, you've got more grenade launchers, right? Just so much here to attack with. So I think Alric with the triple cap now is going to be able to take this and sweep the series. I mean, I don't want to call it too early, but things are looking very grim for Norska. Wolfric gets finished off by Boris here in the Knights of the Blazing Sun. And, yeah, Huntsmen are holding. This is probably Norska's best chance, it looks like, is to contest here in the center. They've got Ice Wolves pushing through. They've got the Marauders pushing through. The Manticore is able to provide some nice terror routes here and get the Empire defenders off the field. Ice Wolves really need to get in contact with those. Oh, no, they missed their attack order. Something drew them back in. I'm going to say the Ice Wolves really needed to get on those Outrider grenade launchers and kill as many unit models as they could. Frostbite too, they would be able to slow them down significantly and probably eat the whole unit. I'm not sure why Tim the Wilder pulled off on that attack run there, but definitely needed to stay on it. But then all of a sudden, look at this. Tim the Wilder, I said he wouldn't be able to accrue enough capture weight on this objectives, but he was just about able to. A sneaky little Marauder Spear there, Famir Balefiend, but it's not enough at the end of the day. Empire is able to reinforce with some Free Company, Boris himself, the Bright Wizard, and the Outriders to hold that objective. More Ice Wolves coming in off the side, more Marauder Great Weapons coming in off the side, but it's just, it's tough. Very, very tough when you've got a, like 2,500 gold value lead. And it looks like Wolfric does actually die to the Knights of the Blazing Sun there, so that is going to be tough. It'll cause a lot of leadership issues for Norska. Marauders here are already wanting to rout. The Ice Wolves don't have the best leadership to begin with, right? So it's looking pretty tough. Grenade launchers, oh man, this is what I'm talking about. They get caught by Ice Wolves, they get devoured in a huge hurry, and they are going to be unable to get away because of Frostbite. But, not really. I mean, Norska kind of just, they may be delayed a little bit, but, yeah, Alric's been doing a great job of maintaining his missile units' presence and excellent cavalry and Boris micro. Really spectacular Empire play, I have to say. This is a textbook. If I were to write a textbook about playing Empire and domination, this battle would be figure 3.7 probably, or maybe like a 1.5 even, like a basics of Empire cavalry play. Yes. Empire Knights here doing a great job. The Balefiends having to run away. Let's take a look here. This objective situation's... So Norska does technically control this center objective right now, whereas Alric only has the 2 side objectives. Ice Wolves are moving in to try and reclaim one, but more Empire Knights moving to prevent that. The poor Balefiend also just over here by himself, getting completely hung out to dry. Boris moves in to murder him in the face. And I think that's going to be it. I think with the death of the Balefiend especially, there's no chance for Tim the Wilder to get back in this game. Let's fast forward through the end. Nope, just kidding. Tim the Wilder apparently feels the same. So there you go. Alric will win on a 3-0 sweep, and against a very strong player like Tim the Wilder. It's quite an impressive performance. Love to see me some Empire play there at the end. Excellent grenade launcher work there. The Unbreakable Infantry also contributed quite nicely against the Norskins. And then, of course, Knights of the Blazing Sun. Just absolutely thunderous charges, more grenade launcher value. And I have to say, very happy to be ending on this one. Big thanks to everyone who came out today. That is going to be it for me. We'll review the bracket one more time before I sign off, but unfortunately I don't have time to cast all 8 of the round of 16 series. We've casted, what, 4 today? So I'm going to try and maybe post-cast and record the other ones later. But if we go ahead and take a look here at the bracket one more time. Maybe. There we go. Yeah, you'll see there that Alric Rao moving on versus Tim the Wilder. He will now face Heisey from the other bracket. Adrus versus Platypus have yet to play. We've got Andro versus Roflan Boldiga. Kalherman versus this name here. Blood Penguin versus Berserk. So these other series, if I can, I will cast and post over the next few days. But that is it for me for today. Thank you all so much for coming out. It's been an absolute pleasure. You guys are the best, and I wouldn't be doing this without you. So thank you all so much. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.